Welcome to the Brian Craig Show. My name is Brian Craig, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. There's really only one major issue today, and that is this open insurrection that the Democrat Party are in against the federal government of the United States. Tim Walz, this weirdo mayor in Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, they're not alone, by the way. This is a thing that's going on with the Democrat Party nationwide, but these two are at ground zero. This tragedy that happened in Minneapolis yesterday is a direct result of the Democrat Party leadership, as well as the fake news media, inciting violence against federal agents in the federal government. And that's what happened yesterday. So that's what we're going to cover today. There's other things too we'll touch on, but those are the major topic of the day that we've got to talk about. And I most definitely want to take your calls on all of this as well. You know, this story and this incident in Minneapolis yesterday. These left-wing lunatic activists have been stalking, following, and obstructing federal law enforcement, ICE agents, since Trump's second term began and the roundups and deportations started. Some of them have been, you've seen the videos online, some of them have been arrested for these things over the last year. Some of them, the officers get out and tell them to move on or they're going to be arrested, and they move on. And this has been an increasing thing that has been going on. But now it's gotten to another level. And because after this incident where the woman was shot by the ICE agent yesterday in Minneapolis, and any loss of life is a tragedy. However, she didn't just resist. She was trying to run over an ICE agent. She was trying to run over a human being, a federal agent. And I agree with what Kristi Noem said. The officer fired in a defensive manner, and you can even tell where the round hit the windshield is where she clipped him. Very dangerous. An automobile is a very deadly weapon if you decide to turn it into one. And what happened after that incident, and we'll talk more about her and what she was doing and everything, but what happened after that incident with both Tim Walz and Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, was the incitement of violence after the events. You know, Tim Walz, who looked like hell yesterday, you know, I was talking yesterday before the incident on yesterday morning's program of how Tim Walz was looking really depressed, right? He's panicked over this Somali pirate theft ring that the Democrats in Minnesota have been overseeing with, what is it, $19 billion now. I told you he looks like he hasn't slept in days. He's lost a ton of weight. He's aged about 15 years in his appearance in the last week and a half since Nick Shirley's video dropped on YouTube. 2 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks on this Friday. And you could tell. In fact, he was wearing a tracksuit yesterday, and my guess is that Tim Walz was wearing that tracksuit at the press conference yesterday because his suits don't fit him anymore. He's not eating. He's lost so much weight through the depression. And when he came out and talked about putting the National Guard on alert against ICE agents, federal agents, he really should be removed from office right now. That is the incitement of violence like I've never seen. That is right out of the Democrat rebellion of the Civil War, when, you know, they raised their state militias. They didn't have National Guard then, but they had state militias. You know, the National Guard is the Army. They have attack helicopters. They have fighter jets. They have soldiers that have all the modern weaponry. They have tanks. They have everything. And when Tim Walz threatened to call out the National Guard of Minnesota, that as governor he's commander-in-chief on, against federal agents, that is 100% insurrectionist activity, without question. Beyond incitement of violence, which is illegal, That's what Jacob Frey did. But he was openly talking about a military insurrection against the federal government of the United States. And this is the day after these Democrats had their candlelight vigils remembering January 6th and singing God Bless America. Things are getting dangerous in Minnesota because of Walz and Frey. Or is it Frey? Whatever. The weirdo mayor of Minneapolis. These two have amped things up to a whole nother level. And Tim Walz, I want you to think about this. Tim Walz is so afraid of being arrested. I bet you he's sleeping fully dressed at night, probably in that tracksuit, because he's afraid that the federal agents are going to come in at any time and arrest him over this fraud. And then he went over the line yesterday. But Tim Walz is so egotistical, such a narcissist, that he's willing to start a civil war to avoid arrest and going to prison. We're in some new territory here that we have not been in. And this idea that illegals should be able to come here, set up a life, and in the case of what's going on with the Somali, I'm calling them Somali pirates in Minnesota. I started doing that yesterday, and I think it's a good description, and it separates the criminal Somalians from the ones that aren't doing these crimes. If there are any, I don't know, but what's going on in Minnesota is a whole nother situation. I watched the video of that entire incident from every angle that's been released many times, including in slow motion. I know you guys have too. I watched the events as it was unfolding throughout the day on the site. And the mob that went after the ICE officers, these weren't the Somalis. These were white liberals. The woman who lost her life isn't even from Minnesota. She came from out of state. And there's an eyewitness, I'll play this coming up in a bit, but there's an eyewitness who says that she was leading the event all day long, obstructing the ICE officers. And what Kristi Noem said in her first press conference when she was in Texas earlier in the day, right after the incident, she said that the ICE officers in their vehicle were stuck in the snow. They got out to push the vehicle out of the snow, and then they started getting surrounded. What are these Democrats thinking? And these activists that you see on the scene, they're completely insane. And I don't mean that figuratively. I watch them in real time because there's all these live streams all over X from the event. They are 100% insane. They really are. But they don't realize they're crazy. They actually believe that they're freedom fighters. They believe they're like the Underground Railroad during the slave period of this country. They think they're a bunch of Harriet Tubmans that are saving these Anne Frank, and her family and taking them to the attic. I mean, they really think that what they're doing is just, but it's not. They've been brainwashed by the left to believe a lot of things that are not true. There is a lot of mental illness, and there's some that are just racists that don't like whitey that are out there too, but most of them are white social justice warriors that are completely insane and have been brainwashed by the Democrat Party. And, freedom of speech, with freedom of speech and expression, where it ends is the incitement of violence. The example that everyone gives, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. Well, that's not true. You'll get yourself in trouble yelling fire in a crowded theater. If there is no fire, people rush out and people get stomped on and killed in the process of running out of the theater where you said there was fire in that crowded theater and there was no fire. Then you've committed a crime. Do you understand what I mean? You said something out loud. You have free speech to do it. You caused an action, and then people got hurt or even killed. That when people get hurt or killed, that's where your First Amendment rights ends. That's the incitement of violence. And what's going on with the mayor of Minneapolis, Tim Walz, all the Democrats, and many of these liberal pundits on the different news channels, they've been inciting violence for almost a year against federal agents. And it got to a level yesterday that it shouldn't have. Now, and I'll tell you, I feel sorry that this woman was killed. She was a liberal lunatic. She was leading an illegal event. She was obstructing justice. I get all that. But I'm a pro-life guy. I don't like to see people die. But sadly, it was a good shoot, okay? What is the officer supposed to do? Get himself run over, maybe killed, maybe permanently injured for life? The officer did what it is that he had to do. And those ICE officers made every effort to try to stop her before she tried to kill the one officer that was in front of her vehicle. But I'll tell you what, the mayor of Minneapolis, apparently he gives direct orders to the police. I didn't realize that, right? I guess they have either they have a powerful mayor who has this authority to give orders to the police directly, or they have this weak police chief. And I'll tell you, their police chief, this guy is a very weak guy. He could just be, just a weak man who does whatever the mayor tells him. But it's being reported, I'll play this later on in the program, that the mayor was the one who gave the order for the police not to give backup to federal agents. These agents involved in this incident called for backup, and whatever supervisor was on duty with the Minneapolis police gave a stand-down order and would not send backup to these officers in need. So the mayor and whoever this officer was in charge that wouldn't send backup, they are guilty of manslaughter. Maybe some other crimes too. In the very least, they're guilty of manslaughter because they committed an action that led to this entire incident. And I don't think that's even the slightest of exaggerations. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. If you're new to the program, welcome. Make sure you subscribe. I do take calls live on the program. The number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. I did not do a podcast yesterday afternoon after this incident, and that was by design. I wanted to get all the information in. I didn't want to go and run and start taking calls and start giving thoughts and opinions, even after I saw the video, without knowing exactly what was going on and what had happened. Now we know, and we know a lot. And so I'm going to be covering all of that on the program today and taking your calls. The number to call in is toll-free, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. The number is pinned in the live chat. If you'd like to call in, it's toll-free no matter where you're calling from. This is the pre-show. The radio show starts in about 30 minutes. So this is the pre-show, and I can't even play the clip of the mayor on the radio because of the language. And we've added a bunch of radio stations, by the way, this week that's carrying the program. Those of you that are longtime listeners, I just found out yesterday the radio station called and they said, "Hey, did anybody tell you about all these stations?" So we picked up. These are all the radio stations we're on. And we've picked up 4 new ones that are carrying the show, 2 FMs and 2 AMs. And Vero in Fort Pierce, 106.1 FM and AM 1590. And in Port St. Lucie, 107.3 FM and AM 1450. And, of course, we're on all these other stations, too. So we're now on, let's see here, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 radio stations. Holy smokes. I can't believe it. We're on 11 radio stations now, which is pretty cool. And apparently that started Monday. And I thought we were getting calls from some areas here in Florida that we don't normally get calls on, and I had no idea that we'd been picked up on these other radio stations. But we're not on the radio yet. That's going to be in about 30 minutes. Democrats throughout my lifetime have always been anti-police. That's not new, right? There'd be a police-involved shooting like Michael Brown or something. And even long before that, I've been doing this a long time, over 30 years. So I've seen so many, the LA riots and all of that after Rodney King and everything that happened. And I've seen this time and time again. But what's different here is that you have senior Democrats that go into this open insurrection and rebellion after the event. Usually, like with a incident like L.A., you would have black rights activists attacking the cops, not sitting governors attacking the cops and calling on violence and talking about getting national. You understand what I mean? Not the mayor. The mayor may be critical, but he wouldn't be going after. So now we have these elected officials that have taken things to a whole new level. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Morning, Brian. It's John Fermine out of California.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Congratulations on those new radio stations.
Yeah, it's exciting. I had no idea. They didn't tell me. They called me yesterday afternoon at the radio station. They said, "Hey, did anybody tell you?" And I said, "No." And they said, "Oh, okay. Yeah, we're on all these new radios." I said, "Oh, great, awesome."
Well, all your hard work it's well deserved. So it's fantastic to know that other people will be listening to you. In regards to the events that happened yesterday, they were definitely a tragedy, and it's very sad to see someone lose their life.
Even a lunatic liberal.
Loss of life is loss of life. We're human beings.
Correct.
And, I don't know what was going on through that young lady's head to begin with, to intentionally put herself in some dangerous and not very judgment, definitely an issue, but to lose a life is definitely sad. Also, potentially end up harming and maiming a federal officer is another issue as well. So, it's coming down to the point where it's either them or us, to be completely honest. Mm-hmm. It seems that the individuals that are the ones that are in leadership in these blue cities are basically kind of
creating when I watched this idiot mayor, and then with his "get the F out," which I'll play that clip in a minute, and then I saw Tim Walz talking about sending the National Guard, which is an army that has tanks, fully automatic weapons, Black Hawk helicopters, gunships, and probably fighter jets against the federal government. That was pretty scary. I couldn't believe he said it. Should have been arrested right after that press conference.
I think it shows really some poor leadership and really some really bad decision-making on their part, because to be honest, if you really do take the time to review the video footage, especially from the alternate angles, you see that she was heading for him, mm-hmm. and he ended up getting hit by the car. And under, a car is a lethal weapon.
Sure is.
So,
it sure is.
It's unfortunate that they can't tell the truth.
And if she would have run him down and killed him, these liberals would be celebrating today.
That's what I'm saying. It's like these blue city legislative bodies are basically putting us against them. Their rhetoric has basically caused what happened yesterday. Instead of toning things down, really toning things down and saying, we don't have all the facts. It doesn't look very good, but, we cannot be, threatening officers' lives. If someone tells you to do something, you should do it. Those are
that's
officers.
Right.
They're giving you orders.
Yeah, and that's, here's the thing. They believe, hold on, while I answer these phones, hold on a second here. Got a lot of calls coming in. They have been brainwashed to believe that they are freedom fighters. But I want to remind you guys of something, and I don't say this lightly. Things need to be toned down quickly by the left. This is how the Civil War started. Before the Civil War, there were 20 years or more of violent incidents around the country over the issue of slavery. Look up Bloody Kansas. Learn about John Brown. and you'll see this. And the Democrats back then, the slave owners, were the ones instigating these violent incidents. The Democrats have always been violent insurrectionists, always. This is just how the party has always been. This is not new to Trump. They've always been violent insurrectionists when they're not in power and they don't get their way. And there's a long history that's over 250 years of history of Democrat violence.
I really pray and hope that a lot of these people who are really not of sound mind end up being woken up and recognized
I don't
that
know.
they're being used.
Not when they have their leaders justify. Hey, listen, I'm gonna move on, but I agree with what you said. Appreciate the call, but they're being brainwashed by their leaders. Now, I can't play this on the radio because the mayor used the F word, so I got to use it in the pre-show. If you're on hold, stand by. I mean, what is this?
And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
What the
We
heck?
do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done.
See, what I'm seeing from the public officials, both the mayor and the governor in Minnesota, is panic that the 2,000 agents aren't just doing deportations, but there's investigations into this Medicaid fraud. And they're trying to use this to derail that fraud investigation. Good luck. Not going to happen. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Brian. I watched the events of yesterday, and I sit back and I analyze things. This is exactly what the left wants. They want chaos. They want ICE officers attacked. This is coming to a peak. This is I'm telling you, calling them Nazis, calling them all sorts of, and by the way, nobody has told me or anyone else where this particular lady was from. She was leading this protest. She lives in she lived in Missouri, in Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
What is she doing in Minnesota? She's leading this paid-for march by professional paid protesters.
Exactly. In fact, when I was watching the raw footage live, as this was happening yesterday, it was being carried online and on television even, I heard one of these protesters say, "Oh, this brings back memories," like from some other event they were at somewhere else that I don't know what it was.
Go from town to town.
Yeah, year after year.
This is your Ringling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is Ringling Brothers and Barnum Belly Circus. Let's go. What city are we going to next month?
Yeah.
This is paid for by the Communist Party of America, and just have to look at all these leftist politicians attacking Trump. It's all Trump's fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's all, once again, it's all MAGA. It's not what they're doing with the ICE. With the ICE officers. This is professional people, and it's chaos, planned chaos. Because if they feel if they could get this country crazy like they did with the COVID, with the Floyd riots, that people are going to be so tired of the noise, they're going to want to vote Republicans out. They're going to blame the Republicans for the noise. Meanwhile, the Democrats are making the noise.
Well, I want to be specific. What Tim Walz said yesterday, that he was putting the Minnesota National Guard on alert, that's an army. He's threatening to use the army against the federal government. If that's not an insurrection, nothing is.
I haven't knocked Cash Patel. I haven't knocked the FBI. There's no reason in the world with what that statement that he made yesterday, that this morning, if they put Stone with
Roger
the helicopters outside his Roger Stone, if the helicopters in the CNN, he should be taken out of that governor's mansion there in Minnesota this morning before the sun comes up and perked walk right to the car and arrested.
Exactly.
And so should that mayor. Now,
Well, it's
not for
what,
nothing.
you know, the mayor, it was reported yesterday that he actually gave the order for the police not to respond to backup calls to the ICE agents in trouble.
Yeah.
That's a crime.
Do you know who Michael Front? Do you know who Michael Francese is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, he says he had the same scam as the Somalis. They're robbing the people of America. They are stealing from us, and the politicians are taking the money too. He says, if you think Omar, Frey, and Walz aren't taking money from the Somalis and getting rich,
Of course.
not for nothing. Yeah, I mean, and we're putting up with this crap.
Mm-hmm.
They should be arrested. I don't know where Cash Patel is this morning, but if they're not arrested this morning for what he said, what the governor said yesterday, I'm going to take the National Guard against ICE.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly. All right, Richie, I'm going to move on. I got a full board. I'm going to
That's
move on,
good.
but we'll talk again. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air once, twice. Yeah.
Hi, how are you doing? My name is Matt, and I'm from Texas. How are you this morning?
All right, Matt. What's on your mind?
I just want to say, firstly that sorry to that woman for losing her life, but I don't understand why she kept driving and then she drove at the ICE agent. I'm just not understanding that. And then people are like mad at ICE as if that 2,000-pound SUV wasn't about to crush that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite understanding it, and to be honest with you, now I didn't even know that the mayor actually told the police to stand down when the police should be assisting ICE.
Well, that was being reported. I don't know that for certain, but it has been reported that that's what happened. But it was reported immediately, I mean minutes after the incident, that there was a police supervisor who refused to send backup when the ICE agents called for it. So all of that's a crime, and I think those people would be guilty of manslaughter in the very least. They have responsibility in the death of the woman.
At the very least, and one more thing to touch on too is when I was just doing my research on this story, I went to YouTube and immediately it was just like liberal news media dominating the algorithm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And people calling it disgusting, saying it's murder, and it's like, I don't understand what people don't understand. If an ICE agent or any law enforcement gives you a lawful order or command, you step out of the vehicle.
Well, see, this is what's happened. These people at this incident, they were about 99% white liberal social justice warriors. Okay, and they believe this is what they've been. This is what they've been brainwashed to believe by the liberal media and the Democrat politicians, that ICE agents aren't police officers. They're the equivalent of those guys that used to track down fugitive slaves that had escaped, right, back in the old days. And they think that they are saving people that are going to be sent to concentration camps or slaves from the slave catchers. They've been brainwashed. It doesn't justify what they're doing, but these are very sick and twisted people.
And you would think people would just have like half a brain, but I think what it is they want to be a part of something bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I think honestly that's just what it is that they are honestly tricked into thinking they are doing good, because I feel like, everyone believes they are good in some sort of form.
Yes.
I think everybody does.
No one thinks that they're evil.
No
one thinks they're evil, even serial killers. No one thinks of themselves as evil. That is true.
And that's what I'm seeing, like, on a mainstream basis. I mean, I go everywhere. I do a lot of research, and I just see these stories and these narratives that people push and peddle, and I'm like, are you guys serious?
Yeah.
Anybody who can read above a 9th grade level could just pick this apart.
Exactly.
Anybody.
Exactly. Well, listen, I appreciate the call. I gotta take a break, but welcome to the program. Call me again sometime.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
All right, take care. We'll take a quick break. If you're on hold, stand by, and we'll be right back. On the line, we have Bruce. Bruce is a client of Jupiter Joe Thomas. He heard me talking with Joe Thomas about annuities and what a great deal they are, and he went in with his wife, and now he's a client. Hey, Bruce, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Brian.
So tell me about your experience with Jupiter Joe Thomas.
A fine gentleman. We sat down with Joe and we explained everything to him, and we brought all our information, and he worked everything out great.
The cool thing about annuities is your money's never at risk. You're guaranteed a revenue stream for the rest of your life, but there's a bonus, really a signing bonus, where you can make a boatload of money before you even leave Joe Thomas's office. Can you talk a little bit about that, Bruce?
Well, that's where I was surprised when we sat down. We talked about the bonuses, and to my amazement, it was 10%, and there was even another one that's bigger.
Wow, that's amazing. So you made 10% on your money before you even got back in your car.
Yeah, it was more than that, but it was great.
Listen, guys, do what Bruce did. Give Jupiter Joe Thomas a call. You can set up a free consultation either on the phone or in the office, and Joe Thomas will put together a custom proposal just for you. His number is 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999, and online at jupiterjoe.com. All right, Bruce, thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Brian.
All right, we're back. And hey, listen, if you'd like to support my content, go to mypillow.com. Use my promo code Kane, and there's incredible deals going on. You can use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, on all the specials at mypillow.com. And you're also supporting, when you use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane at mypillow.com, not just my program, all my content, but you're supporting the next governor of Minnesota, Mike Lindell, who could save that state. The winter sale's going on right now. You can save 50% off the 6-piece MyPillow towel set. Huge sales on the MyPillow My Slippers, the 100% Giza Cotton Dream Sheets. Over 50% off, all with my promo code Kane. Great new blankets in stock, as well as comforters, all different types of blankets. Check out the mattress toppers, just huge, deep discounts site-wide. Go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane, Kane. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mike from Louisiana.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, Brian, I think the president has shown a lot of restraint. There is a pin in a grenade that he could pull, that if he pulls the pin, they won't like it, and that's the Insurrection Act. He could very easily call this thing an insurrection, and therefore
It could happen.
take the ability away from these guys to do that. But he hasn't done it yet.
It may happen,
You know?
or Tim Walz may find himself arrested soon. I mean, what he did yesterday, by the way, appreciate the call, Mike. Yeah, what Tim Walz did yesterday, I've never seen a public official that holds office go as far as to threaten to call in the Army against the federal government. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm Sandy from Minneapolis.
Hey, what's up?
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I'm talking about the incident with the shooting yesterday. It's the last couple of weeks since ICE has been coming in. It's been getting really tense, and we all kind of figured this was going to happen. The woman I understand from was out of town. What she was doing here, I don't know. I mean, she needlessly lost her life and left her kids motherless because she chose not to listen to ICE agents and try to impede them from doing their duty.
Yep.
It needs to stop. It really does.
Absolutely.
I'm a veteran, and watching this angers me so much. People don't understand how wonderful this country is. They haven't been overseas and seen some of the things that I've seen, and seen third world countries, and seen the violence directed at the citizens of these countries, just like in Venezuela.
Yeah.
It needs to stop.
Well, the Democrats aren't going to stop anything.
I know it. I know, and we have some fantastic Republican candidates that are going to be running for governor. You know, one of them, Mike Lindell, and And people here, they need to get out and vote. They have to stop listening to the Democrats saying, "Oh, it's going to be a lost cause because everybody's voting for the Democrats." They need to get out and vote. They lost the vote in New York because Republicans didn't get out and vote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We can't afford that here.
That's true. Very true.
So anyway, just kind of wanted to call and let you know things are tense around here. They're going to be tense around here for a long time.
Yeah.
The Somali situation is just, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And people say, well, there's some of them that have to be good. There really aren't any.
Mm-hmm.
When they're all driving around, everyone you see is driving around in a new car, living here rent free.
Yeah.
And living off the taxpayer. There's not a good.
Well,
Somali.
what's going on in Minnesota between the mayor and the governor and the Somali situation, they've done everything but officially attempt to secede from the union. The state of Minnesota is in open rebellion against the government.
I absolutely agree. And and it's going to be. I know there's a lot of veterans around here that are more than willing to take up arms to fight for this state and fight for this country if need be again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're not going to let it go quietly. We can't.
Yeah.
It's where we live.
Yeah. 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 All right. Listen, I appreciate your call. I know it's rough. I mean, I've never seen anything even close to what's going on in Minnesota. Only in history books, not in real life. We're in a position beyond even the 60s with what's going on here, because we've got the officials in power that are the ones in violent rebellion.
Oh, absolutely. And that's all these Democrats or what do they call them, Democratic Socialists or whatever they call themselves, are communists, and if people don't watch it, we're going to end up that way.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something like was back in the 50s, I think, 50s or early 60s, that Joe McCarthy was talking about the danger of communism moving into this country.
That's correct. And these democratic socialists, make no mistake about it, they are communist.
So, unless people just need to wake up.
Yeah.
And need to realize this is going on, and it's going to be difficult as it is, with all the brainwashing that's been going on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, I mean, the only way that we can do it by trying to change somebody's mind.
Mm-hmm. That's right. All right. I appreciate the call.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care. All right. If you're on hold, stand by. I can't play this when the radio show starts. We're going to be live on the radio in about 10 minutes. So I want to play it again here because the mayor uses the F word. But I've got a lot of other audio sound bites to go through when the show starts. But this is one I can't play on the radio.
And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
I mean, what the hell? I mean, what that is, that's not gaslighting. That is 100% justifying the violence that happened. We're in a new and very scary place with the Democrats. one of the things that happened, and this started to happen when the squad came on the scene. There have always been left-wing lunatic activists, extremely lunatic activists on the left, who were prone to do crazy things throughout, as long as I can remember. But what changed with the squad are these lunatic activists found their way into government. And once they found themselves as mayors, as prosecutors, as governors, or members of the United States House of Representatives, that's when we moved, or the United States Senate, that's when we moved into the crazy place that we are in right now. And the Democrat Party has no interest in getting control of these people that are out there doing these violent things. All right, now I've got to get a little organized for the show to start. I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we get back, I'll start preparing to be live on the air. So if you're on hold, stand by. I'm Brian. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. We'll be right back. Do mealtimes feel more stressful than satisfying in your home? You're not alone. Between busy schedules, picky eaters, and rising grocery costs, eating healthy can't feel impossible. That's why Dennis Heikkinen wrote the family-friendly Healthy Eating Cookbook, available on Amazon. This practical, easy-to-use cookbook is packed with over 100 simple, nutritious, kid-approved recipes designed for real families and real life. Every meal is easy to prepare, budget-friendly, and made to help your whole family enjoy breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks without spending hours in the kitchen. Whether you're a busy parent, a beginner cook, or just trying to build healthier habits at home, the family-friendly Healthy Eating Cookbook gives you the confidence to cook with ease and bring joy back to your life. Order your copy right now on Amazon in Kindle, paperback, and free with Kindle Unlimited. The family-friendly Healthy Eating Cookbook on Amazon. On the line, we have Lewis. He had some issues with some taxes in past years, and he called Jamie Levac over at Swift Tax, and Jamie took good care of him. Lewis, welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. So tell me how Jamie from Swift Tax helped you on your taxes.
Well, I was having trouble with another company. I called Jamie and bingo, and the next day I had a meeting with him. And the next day, I brought my wife in there with all the paperwork, and he's done straightened all my back taxes out, and I'm actually getting money back now.
Wow, this is pretty amazing. So this other company you went to told you owed the government money, and Jamie over at Swift Tax took a look and found out that not only did you not owe money, you're getting money back from the government?
Yes, I got nice big checks coming soon.
Wow, that's amazing. Do what Lewis did. Call Jamie Levac over at Swift Tax, 954-773-1587. 954-773-1587. All right, we're back. We're going to be on the air. The radio shows start in just a couple of minutes. And I'm going to go through a lot of the events that happened yesterday. Here's another clip of the mayor from that press conference.
They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They are.
Yeah. Well, what's happening here is President Trump is, I don't know if he's already made a decision, because he's got a lot going on right now, right, with Venezuela and Greenland and everything. But maybe he's made his decision, or he's weighing his decision. But my guess would be that what President Trump is considering is whether he should go in now and arrest Tim Walz and bring up the Insurrection Act and implement it, or would that instigate these people a little bit more and let things cool off a little bit in the news cycle, let the body camera come out and all of that, and then move in? We'll find out. All right. If you're on hold, hang in there. I'll take one or two calls before we start. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm from New York.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, these Democrats, they're a bunch of terrorists, period. They should be labeled as terrorists, and that mayor should be arrested today. He should be arrested today and prosecuted, with Walz, too.
Well,
No, there's no explanation.
Well, no, I'm not. You think I'm
arrested
explaining? You know what? You
today.
think I'm explaining these people? Of course, I'm not explaining these people. See what's going on right now. I was talking on yesterday's show that Tim Walz is panicked that he's going to get arrested with with the fraud alone, and that's affecting the way he's behaving. Kristi Noem repeatedly yesterday called the woman a domestic terrorist, repeatedly. So that's the policy of the administration. So that's where things are going. So that they're on the, but they got to weigh, do we go in now or do we wait a few days or a week until things cool off and come in and grab them when they're not expecting it? You understand what I mean? Right now, the tensions are high.
They weren't so upset when poor little Ashley Babbitt got killed.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But,
correct.
I don't know if you're watching the Netflix special, the Ted Bundy tapes.
Yes,
Ted
I watched
Bundy even talked about the Democratic Party, how they were turning into a communist state.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Bundy had more common sense than these animals.
Yeah, no question. No question. All right, listen, we're going to be on the air soon. The radio show's about to start, so we got to start rounding up with that. But thanks for the call. You made some good points. I'll tell you another thing. I'm going to get into this at the top of the hour. This mayor. Well, let me see how long until we're back. Hold on. Let me see here. We're going to be... All right, stand by. I'll save it till we get back, till the radio show starts, which is going to be about 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds. Stand by. 10 seconds. Welcome, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Of course, the one topic we're going to talk about is what's going on and what happened yesterday in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I do not say this lightly. I do an afternoon show. I host my podcast in the afternoons. And I didn't do one yesterday. I do it on YouTube, take live calls like I'm doing here. And I did not do that yesterday afternoon because I wanted more of the information to come out about what happened in Minneapolis yesterday before I did it. I know a lot of people want to run and make all these conclusions and everything, but I wanted to see all of the information come out before I started taking calls and started sharing my thoughts on it. I mean, I could tell immediately that the ICE officer was right in what he did. That woman, lunatic left-wing activist, who we find out from a witness on the scene, was actually leading the protest that was surrounding and obstructing the cops. She did try to run him over, and you could see that right away and immediately. She even hit the officer. So I was never in conflict about it being a good shoot, if there's, really is such a thing. But the officer was not at fault, and there's no wrongdoing with the officer. She was trying to run him over. That's just the way it is. But I wanted to see some of the other things that came out and be a little more responsible before I shared my opinions. And I watched everything that happened in real time yesterday, as I know most of you did. And the mayor of Minneapolis and Tim Walz are the two most irresponsible elected officials I have ever seen in my lifetime. I've never seen anything like this. Not only have I not seen anything like this, they are in the state of Minnesota is in a state of open rebellion. The mayor's saying, ICE, get the F out. We don't want you here. There's been reporting that the ICE agents called for backup. There's been multiple reporting on this. and that a supervisor with the local police refused to send backup to the ICE officers who were calling out for help. I saw some reporting early this morning that I've not confirmed yet that the mayor himself was involved with telling the police not to give backup to the ICE officers. Tim Walz in his press conference yesterday, and I'll play the audio of this later. Tim Walz in his press conference yesterday in the sweatsuit, the tracksuit, whatever that's about, was talking about activating the National Guard and against the federal agents, against the federal government. The National Guard is the Army. They have tanks, fully automatic machine guns, an Air Force, gunships, combat helicopters. They got everything. It's an army. And Tim Walz was talking about sending his army, the Minnesota National Guard, against the federal government. If that's not an insurrection, I don't know what is. So the state of Minnesota is in open rebellion against the federal government of the United States. And I've never seen two elected officials currently holding office be so irresponsible with their rhetoric. Now, a lot of this with Tim Walz is, I believe he's so terrified of being arrested for the Somali fraud that he's willing to amp things up. He thinks it'll save him. But this went to a whole new level yesterday. A level that I've not only have I never seen again, but the Democrats have zero interest in cooling things off, if you've noticed. Right? None of them are cooling things off. And this mayor of Minneapolis, the one clip of him I can't even play on the radio because he dropped the F-bomb. But here's a clip of him I can play.
They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust.
Okay. Now, that's the mayor of Minneapolis. You know what the mayor of Minneapolis is doing? I'm going to tell you. And I don't know if anybody else has said this yet. And when I watched his press conference yesterday, when he dropped the F-bomb, as soon as he said it, this popped in my mind. The mayor of Minneapolis, who's a complete lunatic. I mean, this guy is an insane person. He's running for president of the United States. He plans on running for president. Or, at the very least, being the running mate of Newscomb or Whitmer or someone. But the mayor of Minneapolis is running for president of the United States. That's what I saw yesterday. In his mind. I'm not saying he's electable or nominatable. Okay? But I know the Democrats are pretty far gone. Getting nominated with these lunatic Democrats, maybe he could. I don't know. But in his mind, he's running for president. And what I saw with the entire government of both Minneapolis and the state level yesterday with Minnesota, they were at the same location because they had the same sign language interpreter, the bald-headed lady. There's not a single responsible person in a position of authority in the state of Minnesota who's trying to cool things off. Walz and the mayor, you've got both the governor and the mayor amping things up in an attempt to instigate more violence. So these are very scary times. Very scary times. What the president will do with the Insurrection Act, I don't know. I mean, President Trump very well may be weighing, should I do that now? Tim Walz should be arrested for what he said. He threatened to send the army out against federal agents sent by the president of the United States. I've never seen, Democrats have always been prone to violence. That's for sure. Okay. Since there's been a Democrat Party, they've been prone to violence. However, in the modern era, usually the violence was to lunatic activists, not sitting governors. We're in a whole new place. And I have not seen a single Democrat, even in Washington, make an attempt to cool off what happened in Minneapolis. The reason that this incident happened, beyond the fact that the woman tried to run the ICE officer over. She did hit him with the car. So it was defensive, and he will be cleared. I'm sorry that the woman lost her life, but she was trying to run over a federal officer. Yeah, exactly. What was the officer supposed to do? Allow himself to be run over? I'm going to give you the number. I do want to hear your thoughts on this. I'm looking at the clock. We're coming up on our break. The number is toll free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are listening. I will take the calls when we get back, but I want to tell you guys, be responsible in what you say. Don't be like the Minneapolis mayor, Tim Walz. Be responsible in what you say. I will not tolerate irresponsibility from either side when you call in today, okay? Okay, we're going to take our break. When we get back, there's more to share. Don't go anywhere. If you're on hold, stand by. We will go to the calls after the break, all right? We're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, this is Hank from Hollywood. How you doing?
All right, Hank. What's on your mind?
I called Tom Laporta at Tom Laporta Roofing. He sent out Scott. Now, Scott is absolutely the best. Scott and Scott's crew are the absolute best. They gave me a great price. They did the job when they said they were going to do it. They finished the job when they said they were going to do it. The materials they used, absolutely the best. I want to thank Tom. I definitely want to thank Scott, and definitely want to thank Scott's crew. These people are number one, and I just want your listeners to know, Tom Laporta at Tom Laporta Roofing. If you need a new roof, call Tom at Tom Laporta Roofing. You're not going to go wrong. You're not going to be disappointed.
Do what Hank did. Call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing on his cell phone, 954-604-4602, 954-604-4602, and online, laportaroofing.com. All right, we're in break on the radio still, so let me see when we're going to be back. We got a couple minutes till we're back, but I'm going to leave you guys on hold there. I'm going to take the calls when we get back, but I do want to emphasize what I said a moment ago. Be responsible with what you say. It is important to be responsible, okay? Don't get out of control. Watch your language, and don't be like these Democrats. Very important. Do not be like these Democrats, all right? And if you're on hold, stand by. We got a couple minutes until we're back on the radio, and those of you that have been sharing the link to the program, thanks so much for doing that. I see a lot of you have been doing that. So if you could take the link to the program and share it on your socials and invite your friends to check the show out, that'd be awesome. It's greatly appreciated. And, part of the statistics I get from YouTube tell me how many of you share the show and where you're sharing it. And so I know you've been doing it this week since I started asking you guys. So thank you very much. And please continue to do that as much as you possibly can. And, of course, liking the video helps a lot. And if you could sub too, that's good as well. But I do appreciate you guys becoming a member of the Brian Craig Show marketing team, which is sharing the link to the show on all of your social media. Okay, we'll be back in about 90 seconds. And I'll go back to the phones when we do that. Yeah, if you want to call in, you're welcome. The number is pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. Yeah, and these Democrats are just sick beyond description, aren't they? They're sick beyond description. That's it. They have no sense. A little more than a minute and we'll be back. A normal mayor or governor would come out to cool things off, not threaten to rally their army against the federal agents, not use profanities at the federal government and tell them to get out. That's not what a normal person would do. Okay. Okay. 30 seconds and we'll be back. Stand by. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Doesn't get more irresponsible than what these Democrats are doing right now, does it? We're back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm going to go to the phones, and I'm going to remind you all again, be responsible in what you say on both sides. I will not tolerate irresponsible from either side behavior on the phones. All right? 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. Doc from Texas.
Yeah, what's up, Texas?
Hey, man. How are you this morning?
All right.
Okay. Hey, I'm just going to say this about the incident in Minnesota yesterday. Brian, these ICs need to have body cameras on them, Brian.
They
really
do.
Need to have
they
body
do.
cameras.
They don't. You watch the
no,
news?
They don't, Brian. They don't.
I can't talk to people that don't know what the hell's going on. Yes, the federal agents have body cameras on. Kristi Noem has reviewed the body cameras, and they've told us that the body.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah, she has.
No, Brian. Brian, look at the. Come on, Brian. There's no way in the world Kristi Noem can condone what happened yesterday. Those officers walked up to that lady's car. They put themselves in front of the car, which no officers got common sense should do that.
Are you high? I mean, why would you say something so idiotic? You know, it was there.
Brian, don't call me an idiot. Don't call me an idiot.
Well, then stop saying idiotic things. There's a witness. Excuse me. After your call, when I'm done talking to you, I'm going to play a call from a witness who was on the scene. This woman that was shot yesterday and killed after she tried to run over a federal agent.
She did not try to run over.
She hit him with the car. She hit him.
She did not hit him with the car, Brian.
Are they showing the different angles on the other news channels?
Brian, she did not hit him with the car, Brian.
Excuse me. You're telling me not to believe. You're telling me not to believe my lying eyes. I saw it.
Brian, you're lying because your lying eyes did not. She did not hit that officer.
She did. She did.
No, she didn't.
She did.
So why is he not in the hospital right now?
He was in the hospital. He was taken to the hospital and treated and later released.
He walked up, Brian. The officer that we saw walked up to the car and walked away from the car, walked there fine,
listen.
Get her.
I'm gonna let.
They wouldn't even get the woman help. They didn't even give the woman help.
Obviously,
they didn't even get the woman help.
Stop talking while I'm speaking. I'm going to disconnect the call and I'm going to play audio from an eyewitness.
No, because
Listen to it. This is an eyewitness who was at the scene.
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah. Okay. That was her goal.
Yeah. So the woman who was shot was leading the whole protest. She had been following them all day, and she was blocking the vehicles and refused to move when they came out and then tried to run the officer over. Now, so far as the last caller, I can't sit here and debate whether or not what we all saw happened. This guy was even denying that the officer went to the hospital. Yes, he was, and treated, and then later released. But that's an eyewitness who was there. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name?
Brian.
Where are you calling from? Yeah.
Hey, it's Ben from Pompano. How you
Ben.
doing?
All right, Ben.
So yeah, I want to tell people what we're witnessing right now with what happened in Minneapolis. Where have we seen this before, right? So the media and the Democratic establishment and all the leaders try to demonize a group of people. They do it again and again and again. And then eventually what they do is they create friction where their base goes after the target of their demonization. And then out of thousands and thousands of interactions, what you finally see is things coming to a head and a tragic accident like the one we saw in Minnesota occurring. And then what they do is they send the propaganda machine in full swing to continue this pushback against Trump. And we saw this with George Floyd. This is exactly what happened. We saw this with the late, great Charlie Kirk, where they just called him a fascist, neo-Nazi, white supremacist. We saw this with Trump twice. This is their game plan. They called it scholastic terrorism, and they would always apply it to us. but obviously everything they do is if they accuse us of is a projection of what they themselves do. It's a classic communist tactic. And so this is exactly what they wanted. Instead of George Floyd, what we have is ICE Floyd, where they're doing the same exact thing. They waited for a tragedy to happen through the ecosystem which they created, and then now they're trying to use this propaganda. They don't give one iota about that woman's life. She was a beautiful means to an end for them. And I think she was a crazy leftist psycho, but I honestly think it's terrible what happened. She had family that loved her, I'm sure. They were foot soldiers for the Democratic Party. They were filming, they were obstructing, they were throwing sand in the gears. They were trying to do everything the Democrat activist base and their street animals that they send after try to do. And, you know, she got caught. But I just think she's a useful idiot. I don't think she's
well, she's brainwashed. She's brainwashed. Or she was brainwashed.
Right. And
yes.
Right. And all the communist regimes always relied on the street animals and the.
Well, you know, I was watching later in the day when they were having, like, you know, events throughout the day at the scene, and I was watching some of the live streams online. And they had a woman with on the loudspeaker, and she started by saying she was at the scene, and this was their later in the day event at the where the shooting happened. She said, "I want to thank all of you here who have privilege and have attended." That's how they describe white people, with the white privilege. And then she said, "I want to start with my favorite chant," and then they went into some liberal chant. So these are psychotic people in a very hardcore cult that have been brainwashed, and they don't understand that what they're doing is wrong.
Well, this is exactly what happened. This is what happened with all movements. You don't need a large percentage of people to be psychopathic or deranged. You need a very small amount, because what the Democrat Party starts signaling, like they did with Brett Kavanaugh, and that's why someone went after him, is they start signaling that these people are evil, these people need to go, we can't live with them, they're destroying democracy. And all you need is less than 1% of the population, which accounts for like thousands of people, to actually get the message, internalize it, take it seriously, and do action. And the Democrats know that. They know that there's enough crazy people in their base that where they just keep repeating this rhetoric, eventually something's going to go down, and then they're going to use it as propaganda in order to take out Trump. We've seen this play 1,000 times. I don't know why people on the right are like discussing it like it's like, you know, this wasn't exactly what they did with George Floyd. So, you know, and that took 10 years because Black Lives Matter started around Trayvon Martin, and then they just kept lying and lying about police brutality statistics, and then it finally happened, and they're like, boom, opportunity, let's roll. And so this is exactly what's happening again. I'm laughing because I can't even take it seriously. It's the playbook is so transparent.
Well, yeah, but what happened is first the mayor, and if that wasn't bad enough, Tim Walz comes out and threatens to rally the National Guard against the federal government. That's a real army, the same ones we would send to Afghanistan, you know, or something in a war.
It's like Mark Kelly and that Slotkin woman telling army military men under Trump to not obey what they call illegal orders.
But the difference is that Tim Walz is the commander-in-chief of the Minnesota National Guard, and he can call them to duty. He has the authority.
Yeah, I know.
That is a threat of violence and a threat of insurrection. I've never seen anything like that from a sitting governor ever.
Of course it is. And like I said, everything they accuse us of, they affect themselves. They're the party of insurrection, like when they tried to do Arctic frost and crossfire hurricane with Trump and try to get him out of office using the deep state, FBI, Comey, Brennan. You know, they're constantly committing insurrection. And that's why they had such a heyday with J6. I can't believe he even brought up J6 yesterday. And then today he calls for his army to go after ICE agents.
So what's Trump going to do? Are they going to pick up Tim Walz? That was a crime what he did yesterday.
Trump's been killing it. I'm sure he's going to just do the beauty about Trump is no matter what he does, what's like very popular things, like with the Maduro thing. And now, like, the Democrats are in a bind. They either have to celebrate a communist dictator, or they have to agree with Trump and say what he did was the right thing. He's brilliant. No matter what he does, he puts them in a double bind. So as far as this goes, I don't know. They're handling it well because they're not backing down with George Floyd. Like, oh, it was a tragedy. Christy Nolan came out and said, hey, this woman tried to shoot an officer or run over an officer. And so they're siding with him immediately, which is the right move. They didn't acquiesce. Like in 2020, we've learned with George Floyd, oh, who came out? Mike Pence, all the Republicans, Mike Johnson, oh, my God, it's tragedy, racism, blah, blah, blah. And now Trump, they've learned. So I think he's going to handle it beautifully. I can't predict the mind of that man. It's beyond me.
He'll do whatever Trump does, it'll be the right decision because believe me, he's already decided how they're going to handle Tim Walz. But I think Tim Walz, and I'm not joking with this. When he came out in that tracksuit yesterday, and I was talking yesterday about how much weight he's lost because he's panicked of the fraud arrest. I bet you Tim Walz is sleeping fully dressed because he's afraid the feds are going to come in and arrest him in the middle of the night.
He's got nothing to lose. He's not running for re-election. Trump, surely and everything. But, I mean, ultimately it all comes back to Trump. J.D. Vance retweeting it, Elon Musk retweeting it. Trump has organized all of this. So, I don't know. I think Tim Walz is going through a mental health crisis because now his whole public identity is being torn to pieces in front of the national stage, and he can't handle it. And now, he used to be a small Minnesota Midwestern, hey, I'm a likable huck, but now he went to the big leagues on the national stage, and he realized he wasn't cut for it, and he was humiliated.
That's
with
right.
Kamala Harris, and now with this. So he's probably having a nervous breakdown, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have a little sympathy.
Well, listen, I got to run. I'm late for the break, but I appreciate the call. All right, now I want to take a moment to talk about Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. We first found Tom Laporta because Steve Kane, he had a wet spot on his ceiling, and he didn't do anything about it. And, of course, the wet spot was just a little tiny thing, size of maybe a quarter. And then it got bigger and bigger. And then the next thing you knew, there was a spot here, a spot there, a spot everywhere. And then I go over to Steve's house. There's buckets all over the house. I'm not kidding, collecting water. And it wasn't even really raining outside. I mean, it was a disaster. We found Tom Laporta from Laporta Roofing, and he went over to Steve Kane's house and found out that because Steve ignored that first little wet spot on his ceiling, that not only did he need a whole new roof, but that 40% of the drywall in his home had been absorbing the water from the leak in the roof and was filled with that deadly black mold. So he had to get that replaced on top of the new roof. If Steve would have called Tom Laporta when he saw that first wet spot on the ceiling, he may have just needed a simple repair. Plus, he wouldn't have been breathing in, or his family, the deadly black mold for however long they were doing that. Call Tom Laporta. Tom Laporta, he's a good MAGA guy. He'll never sell you a roof you do not need, meaning that if you need just a simple repair, he'll do it. He handles every type of building there is, from single-family homes, like residential, commercial, even municipal. He can handle the job of any size, whether it's one home, one office building, one condo building, or an HOA with over 450 units. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. And also, he's not just a roofer, he is a contractor. And as a contractor under Florida law, Tom Laporta is allowed to deal directly with your insurance company on the cost of the repair or the replacement of your roof. Give Tom Laporta a call, 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. That number rings directly to his cell phone, so you could call or text. 954-604-4602. And online, LaportaRoofing.com. We'll be right back. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Sandra. I'm calling from Delray Beach. The Barry Siegel Law Group did such wonderful work for me, and I was very particular. I'm a professional myself, and I went to about 3 or 4 attorneys prior. They wanted to do what they wanted to do. They didn't want to add anything extra, but Barry tailored it to my needs. And it's not only the trust. There's so many other end-of-life documents, the living will, the will, and I tailored each one of them to my liking, and they were wonderful and always, always polite. Never showed any aggravation, or because I contacted them many times. Always polite. And not only that, when you finish your documents and you leave this world, your beneficiaries could go there and they'll explain everything to them, which is a big deal because a lot of these beneficiaries or heirs, they're not cognizant of what to do. I just wanted to let you know that the Siegel Group is above and beyond any other attorney that I have ever contacted. Plus, they give you a big portfolio at the end with a leather-bound documents. It's beautiful.
Give the Siegel Law Group a call, 855-FLA-3782, 855-FLA-3782, and online, siegellawgroup.com.
Discover a city that has captivated the world for centuries in the breathtaking photo travel experience from photographer and author Andrei Vlasov. Istanbul, a city of the world's desire. Available on Amazon. You're invited to see Istanbul as you've never seen it before through hundreds of unfiltered, high-resolution images. This stunning 344-page book captures the soul of the city, from its energy and timeless beauty to its history. There's very little text because the photographs do the talking, revealing Istanbul's architecture and the mystery in vivid detail. Whether you've explored Istanbul in person, dream of visiting someday, or simply appreciate powerful travel photography, this book is a visual journey you'll return to again and again. Perfect for travel lovers, photography enthusiasts, and anyone drawn to the magic of Turkey. Istanbul, a city of the world's desire. From photographer and author Andrei Vlasov. Order your copy today on Amazon and Kindle, hardcover, and free with Kindle Unlimited.
All right, we've got about 90 seconds till we're back on the radio. Let me play this again. This is the witness who was there.
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
That was her goal.
Yeah, I mean, come on. All right, we're going to be back in about 40 seconds. And stand by. And we'll comment on everything. If you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. Mm-hmm. Stand by. Less than 10 seconds. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Welcome back. If you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to call in, the number is toll-free, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. I want to play the witness in Minneapolis again.
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
That was her goal.
Okay. And, I just want to say, that talking to the callers I've already spoken to on the program, and I want to talk about a few of these things with you. It's one thing whether or not you agree that it was a good shoot, right? She obviously hit the agent. She was trying to run him over. So it is a good shoot. But that, I can understand the debate on that, okay? You can have an opinion on that. Oh, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they shoot out the tires? Why didn't they shoot the engine? Why didn't they do this? Okay. But have your debate with that. And, that's a normal debate when these things happen. You would expect that. However, how can you not, as a liberal, as a Democrat, as a progressive, whatever you're calling yourself, well, most of these liberals don't want to be called what they are, but how can you not condemn the incitement of violence by both the mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of Minnesota, who threatened to bring out his own army, the Minnesota National Guard? And obviously there's an incitement of violence going on. Would a normal reaction by a mayor or governor, even if they're liberal and if you were and you're a normal person and something like this happens, you come out and say, hey, listen, I don't agree with how this went down. There will be an investigation. Justice will be done. However, these are federal agents. Do not obstruct them. Do not follow them. Do not rally around them. Do not block them in. Do not incite another incident like this one. But that's not what's happening. The Democrats in government, the mayor and the governor, are inciting more incidents like this. And they're trying to intimidate to get the federal agents out. And I got news for you. It's not about this woman or that incident that they're doing that. It's because of this Somali fraud investigation. Tim Walz, maybe the mayor too, but certainly Tim Walz thinks that he can stop this investigation and get the influencers out. Get the investigators out. And he thinks he can influence the through the press to put pressure on the federal government to stop this investigation into the Somali fraud. And he is so scared that he's going to get arrested over this fraud that he's inciting violence in a major city in his state. That's what this is really all about. Tim Walz isn't out there concerned about the federal agents, the woman who was killed, the citizens of his state, the citizens of Minneapolis. He's concerned about not getting arrested. He wants the federal investigation of the Somali fraud to end. And he's trying to use this incident to cause more trouble to force them out of the state. Here's Kristi Noem at her press conference last night.
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He went to the hospital. A doctor did treat him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family.
Okay. Yeah. So there you have it. So she's obviously seen the body camera footage, and she saw it right away because Kristi Noem was immediately out there very clear with what had happened. Here's another clip of Kristi Noem at her press conference last night.
Let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American that he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Frey's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis.
Wow.
He has another 680 of them still within his jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Frey refuse to protect Minnesotans and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we are here. And we didn't just show up yesterday, we've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed the services from those programs.
Yeah, so you see how went into this. So Christy, this tells me that Kristi Noem and the president agree with what I'm telling you, that what's going on with Walz and what's going on with the mayor is about trying to get the investigation into the Medicaid fraud stopped, right? This just happened a couple days after it was announced that they sent 2,000 federal agents in there to investigate the fraud, and then boom, this happens? Are you kidding me? I don't believe in coincidences, and this certainly isn't one of those. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Gabby from Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, Gabby.
I just want to say, I'm very sorry that lady died, but as far as I know, the law is the law, and you respect the law. And so, if you have policemen, like seriously, why we citizens feel entitled to fight people that they supposed to keep law and order? I just don't understand. I don't understand. Just because you're liberal and you're against a movement, I understand. It's okay. But if you provoke people, they are armed, there's going to be consequences.
That's right.
So also, you have a government that call these people Gestapo. They're not the Gestapo. They're trying to keep your country protected. So you have, I'm Latina. I came here also in asylum. It was also in risk to be deported. But what happened, the difference is, I did a process. I followed the law. I did not have a lawyer. I had to study to get my case, to present my case.
Well, listen, I'm up against I'm late for the break. I gotta run. But yeah, you're right. The left, the Democrats, they don't respect law and order. They just don't. They never have.
Yeah.
Listen, I gotta run. But thanks for the call. I'm sorry we're out of time. I want to talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. You know, at Friendly Tire in Margate, I've been a customer there for 15, 20 years, long before they were with us here on the program. And I've been a customer there for so long because they have the greatest prices on tires you'll find anywhere. You know, Friendly Tire in Margate has all the name brands you know and love, Bridgestone, Firestone, Pirelli, whatever you're into. And they can get tires for any vehicle. But you can get brand new tires, common sizes for some of the most popular vehicles on the road for as low as $75 a tire. And that's out the door and on the road because Friendly Tire doesn't charge you to balance your tire, mount your tire, or even dispose of your old tire. Used tires, he has thousands of good used tires in stock for as low as $35 a tire. And that's out the door and on the road as well. Good deals, low prices, the lowest anywhere. Call Friendly Mike. He'll give you a quote right over the phone, 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back. Let me play the rest of this clip from Kristi Noem.
This city has burned before, and your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement officers are here to bring peace and to bring public safety and to ensure that criminal activity is stopped and that people who perpetuate it will face consequences. Since we have been here in recent weeks, we have arrested over 1,500 criminals off of the streets. Our law enforcement has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota, and live throughout this entire country. Let me remind...
Exactly. It is the wild, wild west out there. All right, listen, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Do you want healthier chickens, stronger immunity, and rich golden yolked eggs without relying on chemicals? Of course you do, but how do you do it, and where do you even begin? That's easy with the new book from author Mary Butler, The Herbal Hen House, Nurturing Your Chickens with Nature's Remedies, available on Amazon. Author Mary Butler is a devoted chicken keeper and herbal enthusiast who brings more than a decade of hands-on experience straight to your coop. The Herbal Hen House is a warm, practical guide that shows you how to use safe, effective herbs to support digestion, boost immunity, and improve egg quality, as well as help prevent common flock problems naturally. When you read The Herbal Hen House, you'll discover easy, beginner-friendly herbal remedies, simple DIY blends that you can make at home, as well as clear guidance on what's safe, what to avoid, and how to care for chickens at every stage of life, from chicks to senior hens. Whether you're raising your very first flock or have been tending chickens for years, the Herbal Hen House gives you the confidence to ditch those harsh chemicals and raise healthier, happier chickens the natural way. The Herbal Hen House, Nurturing Your Chickens with Natural Remedies, from author Mary Butler, is available right now on Amazon in Kindle, paperback, and hardcover. Order your copy right now. Your chickens will thank you. You know that frustration. You're doing everything right, working harder, spending more time on your marketing. You're hiring good people too, and still you're stuck. What if the real problem isn't what you think it is? Did you know that most high achievers are stuck because they're solving the wrong problem? You can get unstuck. You just need the right help and guidance. And that's what you will find on Beyond Blind Blaming, the podcast hosted by Kevin D. St. Clergy. Kevin learned early that when you can't see the real issue, even your best efforts, they'll fail. Now he helps entrepreneurs, leaders, and high achievers uncover the hidden blind spots that are holding them back. Each episode of Beyond Blind Blaming breaks down real business and leadership challenges, profit issues, team problems, scaling struggles, and reveals what's actually getting in the way. On Beyond Blind Blaming, there's no hype, no blame, just actionable clarity. If you're ready to stop solving the wrong problems and start leading with purpose, add Beyond Blind Blaming with host Kevin D. St. Clergy to your podcast playlist right now on Spotify and Apple Podcast, and stop feeling stuck.
All right. Okay. If you're on hold, stand by. So far, the callers, you've been behaving. You know, people can get crazy at a time like this. And you notice, other than that one idiot from Texas, liberals are realizing how out of control their leaders are, because I haven't heard the Democrats aren't really calling today, except that one guy from Texas. All right, I've got about 30 seconds, and we'll be back. Stand by. If you want to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. Okay. Yeah, we've been 90 minutes. I think I've only heard from one liberal on the phone, right? I think so. All right, here we go. Stand by. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. We're talking about the incident in Minneapolis yesterday. All right, let's go back to the phones. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. And a little bit, you know, we're on a whole bunch of new radio stations. I'm going to share those with you. They just started this week. I'll share those with you in just a little bit. So those of you that are new on the new radio stations carrying true oldies, welcome. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Charles from Stuart, Florida.
All right, Stuart, welcome. You're in the area of one of our new radio stations.
Yes. I was calling because you were talking about what happened yesterday and everything. You know, my father was a cop, and I learned a long time ago, if you just listen to what the cops say, I mean, you won't die, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right.
But you know, there's so much. You know, the Democrats keep playing this race card. That's all they have. You know, that's another thing. And it seems like they want a civil war, like they started the first one. You know.
That's right.
It's just, ever since Trump got elected, they got real ugly, and I've never seen hatred like this in my life. Now I know what real hatred is.
By the way, welcome. Are you new to the program? Did you just find us?
Yes, I did. I've been listening to PSL for a while, and I said, well, let me hear the new show, and I like what you're doing. I agree with your way of thinking, of course, but it's just, there's no logic with the Democrats.
Well,
there's no logic at all.
With the Democrats, when I was in, by the way, you're in Stewart, which is in Martin County, which I call MAGA Martin County, the most MAGA county in all of the United States, MAGA Martin County. The thing about the Democrats and the police, they don't get it. When I was in school, I remember in 8th grade, I had this teacher, Mr. Wirtz, and they showed us, it was an actual film on a film reel. This was in the 80s. Reagan was president. And it was one of those things, it was a whole movie teaching kids how to behave when you got stopped by the cops. And the police stopped this guy. The movie, and the guy runs from the cops. And then the film stops, and the teacher says, right there, the officers have the right to shoot him under the law. So don't do that, right?
Oh, back then, yeah.
Yeah,
yep.
Exactly. So the way things work now is that people think they're in charge, not the police.
Yeah, it's all PC BS, It's just amazing to me. When I hear and watch them, it's like it's unbelievable. There's no logic, like I said. There's no logic at all. And their hatred for Trump, they hate Trump more than they love this country. I'm sure you've heard that one before.
Well, what a lot of it, you're absolutely right. And what a lot of it is, hold on one second. What a lot of it is this. They have been, these rank and file liberal lunatics. This woman that was shot was leading the whole protest. She's a Bernie Sanders person, apparently, or she was.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And remember, a Bernie Sanders campaign worker shot Steve Scalise and tried to assassinate the whole Republican baseball game during Trump's first term, if you remember. But I remember. Yeah. What these lunatic Democrats, though, believe, they're totally brainwashed, okay? They think that...
big time.
They think that the ICE agents are slave catchers that are illegally... splitting up these families. They have no concept of reality.
Right. Well, I think, and this is how I feel. I might sound extreme, but everybody who came in here illegally should get out because they came in here illegally. And we know why they did it. They did it for votes. We're not stupid. But even for that reason alone, it makes them whores for votes.
Correct. All right.
And I just wanted to say, thank you so much for taking my call.
Well, thanks for calling. Welcome to the show. We'll talk again. All right. What was your first name again?
Charles.
Charles from Stewart. All right, Charles from Stewart. Take care. Good to talk to you. All right. If you're on hold, hang in there. I knew they started actually carrying us on these new stations on Monday, and I'll go through them later because we're on so many stations. I got to look at a list to tell you how many we're on now, but we are on 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 radio stations. And we've added a whole bunch right here in some great parts of Florida. When I talk about these liberal activists being brainwashed by their leaders, as we heard from Tim Walz and the mayor of Minneapolis yesterday, I'm not excusing their behavior. Don't misunderstand me. But they don't understand what it is that they're doing. But innocence of the law is not an excuse to break it. And we've been seeing the videos all last year of white liberal social justice warriors, mostly women, following federal agents around. And you'll see these videos online, and the federal agents will stop and say, hey, what are you doing? Why are you following us? If you don't stop following us, we're going to arrest you. They've been doing this all over the United States, all last year since the deportation started. I'm surprised it's taken this long to have a sad incident like this. And if you notice from MAGA people like myself, we all start by saying, we're sorry that the woman lost her life. However, she tried to run over a federal officer. If the opposite would have happened, if she would have been successful and run over the cop, we'd be hearing liberals on the phone celebrating today. And, I started the show almost an hour and 40 minutes ago. I've taken a lot of calls. I've only gotten one liberal caller today. We've taken a lot of calls, just one liberal caller, that idiot from Texas who didn't even know the basics of what had happened. So this is it's interesting to me because the liberals are hiding out today. Because what they rushed to something yesterday, and here we are the next day, and the liberals have seen the videos. And these videos that we're seeing, they all were taken by the liberal social justice warriors on the scene. These are videos that they took on their cell phones when it was going on and uploaded to social media. So the source that she hit the cop are coming from liberal social justice warriors who were there with this lady. But here we are the next morning, and the liberals aren't calling in, only conservatives, because the Democrats know that Tim Walz overstepped, that the mayor of Minneapolis is out of control, and that the woman did try to run over the federal agent and did hit the ICE officer. And they know, as sad as it is that she lost her life, that it will be ruled a justifiable shooting when the investigation is completed. And the liberals cannot even attempt to explain away what happened. And I've heard when there have been police-involved shootings, and they don't have the race card because she's white, right? Now, if she were black, then they'd be playing the race card, and they'd get that angle. But they don't have the race card. We've all seen the video and seen the officer get hit. And you can also see where the round went into the windshield, where he was, right where he got hit. So, it's very clear what happened. And even the most radical liberal Democrat cannot attempt to defend what happened. Now, I want to tell you guys about the next governor of Minnesota. That's Mr. Mike Lindell, the inventor of the MyPillow. At MyPillow.com, with our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, there's incredible deals going on right now. The winter sale is in effect. And, I have all these MyPillow products, and I buy them with the promo code Kane. The deals are so good. One of my favorite, next to the pillow, one of my favorite MyPillow products is the 6-piece MyPillow towel set. You've seen Mike Lindell in the commercials say towels that actually work. What a concept. And I didn't realize what he meant by that until I used the towels. These towels are so absorbent. I've talked about this a few times, but it's been a while, so I'll remind you. I go to get into, I take a shower, and then I get out of the shower. All the towels are dirty. There's no towels in there. All I had on the shelf was the washcloth that comes with the 6-piece MyPillow towel set. Just a little tiny washcloth. I dried my hair and my whole body off completely with just the washcloth. They're so absorbent. I was completely dry. I couldn't believe it. I spilled 16-ounce cup of coffee on my floor. Luckily, I have tile. I took the MyPillow towel, threw it over it, dropped it right there. It absorbed all of the coffee right off the floor like a Bounty paper towel in the commercials. They're amazing. And the 6-piece MyPillow towel set, you save 50% off with our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane at MyPillow.com. You can use our promo code site-wide on all the specials at MyPillow.com. So go there right now, promo code Kane, Kane at MyPillow.com. And not only are you supporting us, you're supporting the next governor of Minnesota, Mr. Mike Lindell. All right, we'll take our break for the top of the hour. If you're on hold, hang in there. Our number's toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. We have 2 hours to go. We'll be back right after this. All right. I mean, look at this. How can you disagree with this? This is Christy Nome.
Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you know, she's obviously seen the body cam. Right? Because from the beginning, she saw the body cam before the first press conference in Texas, because she has been very firm in the details of what happened. She's very good. She's a good running mate with JD, or a great presidential. Can you see her as the first female president? She's much stronger than Hillary and Kamala, those two incompetents. She is so incredibly confident and right on the money. I'm so glad she went to Minneapolis, too, yesterday. She's very good. Okay, we have just over a minute, and we'll be back. If you're on hold, stand by. It is sad, but this ramming and blocking, it's a nationwide attack that they've been carrying out. We've got 1 minute, and we'll be back. So what are the officers supposed to do? Oh, I'd have no problem voting for. The only problem we have in the MAGA movement is we have too much top-tier talent, right? If you're on hold, hang in there. The number, if you want to call in, is toll-free. It's pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you're listening. We got about 30 seconds, so stand by. Oh, boy, I tell you, these Democrats. But the lack of Democrats calling today shows that it was a justifiable shooting and that Kristi Noem and the ICE officers are in the right, or they'd be calling in freaking out about it. All right, stand by, less than 10 seconds. We're back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. Let's go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Conservative Doug.
Oh, hey, Doug.
You know, it seems like there's no lack of crazy people, man. I can't see how they're getting all these people to do these crazy things all the time. This woman, a white woman, she must have been getting paid or something to be there, because why would anybody want to do what she's doing? I haven't heard one thing about that ICE is overstepping their authority and just locking up citizens and locking up anybody just because they want to lock people up. Everybody, all I hear is that they're doing the job the right way.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is what's going on. You know, Nick Shirley, it'll be 2 weeks on Friday, made national headlines with the exposing of the Somali fraud in Minnesota. I was talking on the show yesterday about how Tim Walz looked like, this is before this happened, you could tell with all the weight loss and everything that he's gone through the last couple of weeks that he's afraid of going to prison. It was announced, was it, Monday? It was announced Monday or Tuesday that 2,000 federal agents had been sent to Minneapolis to investigate the fraud and for deportations. And then all of a sudden, we get an incident like this. I don't think this incident happened by coincidence. I think this was something that the left-wing activist organized and made happen. And you could tell with Tim Walz and the mayor are trying to use this incident to stop the investigation into the Somali fraud and get that investigation stopped.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. Guaranteed, they're trying to change the narrative. But man, what they're doing, and they get people to come out and risk their life and be arrested, is just amazing to me that people are willing to do something like this. I mean, I talked to somebody yesterday. He says, "Oh, if you're Spanish, you have to Mexican, you have to worry if you go into Home Depot, the ICE is going to stop you." I said, "Where the hell did you get that from?" They only go after people that they know they're looking for. But the media and Tim Walz and the rest of them are just a poison to our country. This is disgusting.
Yep. All right. Good to talk to you. So this is Kristi Noem in the press conference last night in Minneapolis, detailing what exactly happened. And Kristi Noem obviously has seen the body cam footage. Because from the get-go in Texas, she's talked about domestic terrorism. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. Chris.
Oh, hey, Chris.
Beach.
How you doing, Chris?
Good by yourself. I just wanted to, again, chime in because 100% is a distraction, obviously. Even more so than January 6th. But, lest people forget Minnesota. I mean, come on. Under whatever the election, Biden and Harris. Remember, they were using Minnesota for that purpose and telling them to continue to riot and everything else, all that good stuff that was going on up there before, and even going back to their shenanigans with stealing the Senate race with that guy Frankel or whatever his name is. But it's more of the same. They have a negative campaign. They're going to continue to double down on it. And that's why I have no respect for those who support the Democrat Party, because they know this, they see this, right, wrong, or indifferent. They, maybe some of the brainwashing isn't their fault because that's all they hear from all the media outlets. Yeah, it's just continued negative, and they incite all kinds of a crime, let's call it, through these people, whether it's trying to assassinate someone or. Mm-hmm. Or just continue
it's beyond brainwash. I mean, what the Democrats have done, they've brainwashed and been gaslighting their own people. And what I was saying with Doug is, I don't believe that it is a coincidence. With this problem with the ICE and the liberal activist has been going on for almost a year. But right after this Somali fraud operation the Democrats have in Minnesota, 2 days after the 2,000 federal agents are sent to Minneapolis to investigate it, all of a sudden we have a deadly confrontation with ICE. I believe that this was not an accident that this happened yesterday. I think this was by design.
Oh, sure. By design and well above the pay grade of the woman who was the leader of it.
And the mayor of Minneapolis immediately said, "Get the F out of here!" Right? They're trying to get, and even Tim Walz was telling them they want the agents to leave, and they're trying to use what happened yesterday to end the investigation into the Somali fraud.
Absolutely, huge distraction. Can you imagine? Well, maybe we shouldn't imagine that, but him and Harris in the White House. I mean, oh my gosh. What a hot mess this country would be.
All right, look, I got to run, but I appreciate the call, Chris. You make some good points. Why are we seeing, by the way, press conferences with Kristi Noem and not Pam Bondi? Because what happened with the mayor and the governor yesterday, that falls under the Justice Department. This is, if you're on hold, hang in there. This is Kristi Noem detailing what happened.
Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone, in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well.
So this ramming of the cars has been happening. How many times did she say? My goodness. Once or twice, okay. I'm not saying it's okay to do, but it just happened. There's too many of the rammings to happen. There's too many rammings happening. And with that many rammings happening of ICE vehicles, to me, that sounds like organization. And if you notice, Kristi Noem, domestic terrorist, she keeps saying domestic terrorist, because that's what it is. You know, you ram a federal agent with your vehicle, you know the level of crime you're committing, and this is happening at these huge numbers like this. 3 times just yesterday, she said, in Minneapolis. And come on. And think about what you're doing. You're not just breaking the law. You know you're going to go to prison for it. You're also totaling your vehicle. I mean, that's not something that's just happening. There's an organization. There is a leader. There is leadership. There is some leadership person or body that is coordinating this. There's too many similarities around the country of these ramming incidents. And while you and I may not have known how many ramming incidents there were until Kristi Noem told us yesterday, the ICE agents did know. So that puts them on an elevated stature as well out in the field. But this is most definitely an organized domestic terrorist operation that's going on with these so-called social justice warriors against ICE agents. Now, this is going to be the year, guys. This is going to be the year that you keep your New Year's resolution to lose weight. And you're going to do it by doing what I did last January, and that's going over to Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I'm going to give you the number. They can help you no matter where you're located in the world, okay? You don't have to go in person. You can do everything over the phone or through Zoom if you'd like. I'm going to give you the number to Coastal Weight Loss Secret in a moment. So grab something to write with so you can call and schedule your no-charge consultation. Remember, with Coastal Weight Loss Secret, I lost about 1 pound a day. There's no pills, no injections, no surgery, no working out. And you know what? I didn't starve myself. I didn't feel hungry either. I ate foods I would normally eat. That's right. I didn't go hungry, and I did 0 exercise. And I've been in the maintain phase for many, many months now. I haven't gained an ounce back, and the maintain phase is so easy because I didn't have big lifestyle changes to lose the weight. And I want to highlight there were no injections or no pills. Give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. We'll be right back.
Ever wanted to grab a text from a screenshot and send it without having to log into a site or app that's plastered with ads? FreeTextFromImage.com keeps it simple. No sign-in, no faff. Drop a pic, copy the words. Try FreeTextFromImage.com. You know that frustration. You're doing everything right, working harder, spending more time on your marketing. You're hiring good people too, and still you're stuck. What if the real problem isn't what you think it is? Did you know that most high achievers are stuck because they're solving the wrong problem? You can get unstuck. You just need the right help and guidance. And that's what you will find on Beyond Blind Blaming, the podcast hosted by Kevin D. St. Clergy. Kevin learned early that when you can't see the real issue, even your best efforts, they'll fail. Now he helps entrepreneurs, leaders, and high achievers uncover the hidden blind spots that are holding them back. Each episode of Beyond Blind Blaming breaks down real business and leadership challenges, profit issues, team problems, scaling struggles, and reveals what's actually getting in the way. On Beyond Blind Blaming, there's no hype, no blame, just actionable clarity. If you're ready to stop solving the wrong problems and start leading with purpose, add Beyond Blind Blaming with host Kevin D. St. Clergy to your podcast playlist right now on Spotify and Apple Podcast, and stop feeling stuck. Peptide research is exploding, and GLP-1 is leading the charge. Across the country, researchers are exploring metabolic, regenerative, and cellular repair models like never before. At MyPurePeptide.com, based in Dallas, Texas, they supply high-purity, lab-verified peptides for controlled research environments. Whether your work involves GLP-1 metabolic studies tied to weight and energy balance, cellular health and modulation models, or tissue repair pathways, MyPurePeptide.com is committed to supporting your research with clarity and consistency. Visit MyPurePeptide.com and use code DALLAS to save 25% on your order. For research use only. MyPurePeptide.com.
We're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, this is Hank from Hollywood. How you doing?
All right, Hank. What's on your mind?
I called Tom Laporta at Tom Laporta Roofing. He sent out Scott. Now, Scott is absolutely the best. Scott and Scott's crew are the absolute best. They gave me a great price. They did the job when they said they were going to do it. They finished the job when they said they were going to do it. The materials they used, absolutely the best. I want to thank Tom. I definitely want to thank Scott, and definitely want to thank Scott's crew. These people are number one, and I just want your listeners to know, Tom Laporta at Tom Laporta Roofing. If you need a new roof, call Tom at Tom Laporta Roofing. You're not going to go wrong. You're not going to be disappointed.
Do what Hank did. Call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing on his cell phone, 954-604-4602, 954-604-4602, and online, laportaroofing.com. All right. If you're on hold, hang in there. I'm going to share a couple more things when we get back. And still, we got about 40 seconds and we'll be back. We're in radio break still. Still, no Democrats today. Just that one idiot that didn't even know what happened. We haven't heard from a single liberal trying to make excuses. That is very, very unusual when these things happen, isn't it? Very unusual. All right. If you're on hold, hang in there. Okay. Stand by. We're back. I'm Brian. It is the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest running radio show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Bill from Sanford, Florida.
Hey, Bill. What's up?
Let me tell you something. What's wrong is that the Democrats do not have anybody like Brian Craig representing them as Democrats. I remember you prior to January 6th saying, stay home. And rallies have been no problems, but you still did the right thing and told people to stay home. The Democrats don't have a person like you.
No.
The mayor, the governor, they never said asked anybody to stay home.
Yeah.
I just.
In fact, they went out and justified their actions. You know, this ramming there's 100 rammings of ICE vehicles around the country. That is a coordinated effort. There is an organization here. These are not things that are just randomly happening. Who would go out and total their car like that and do something that's going to send you to prison at the same time? Who would do that?
Yeah. Well, we know who will do it.
No, not even a liberal. No.
Yeah.
There's something to what's going on here. There's just something something happening.
Well, whatever it is, it's turning the wrong way. It's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. But the ICE agent, I'm sure, will be cleared.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen the video. I've seen multiple. All these videos that we in the public have seen were taken by liberals out there. The Kristi Noem's obviously seen the body camera, but all the video that we've seen that clears the officer was taken by these liberal social justice warriors. It's liberal sources. We're getting. All right, you can clearly see her hit the officer from the front view of the cell phones that were videotaping everything.
Yeah, that will come out, and that will take care of the ICE agent as far as being justified in doing what he did, which is unfortunate.
All right, appreciate the call, Bill from Sanford. You take care.
All right.
Okay, good. If you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to call in, the number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. So this was Tim Walz in the tracksuit press conference yesterday after the shooting.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard.
Hear that? He's giving the order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. I'll play the rest of this. The Minnesota National Guard is the Army, right? These National Guard units get activated and they get sent to war zones all the time. We've seen this. He's activating an army that has fully automatic machine guns, soldiers, tanks, combat aircraft, Air National Guard, gunships. He's mobilizing an army to go up against the federal government. Is he an insurrectionist now? I believe that the state of Minnesota is an open rebellion against the federal government. Do you agree with that? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tony from Detroit, Michigan.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, I was wondering what your thoughts are on the fact that possibly, I mean, with what happened yesterday, of course, that now Tim Walz and the mayor are going to take full advantage of exploiting this and pushing this out here to try to hide the fact of what happened with the fraud in Somalia, with the whole Somalia issue.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, they're trying to. Tim Walz, I believe, is in the mayor too, but mostly Tim Walz because he's been freaking out for days. They're trying to use this incident to stop the investigation. They're trying to force the federal agents out and stop the Somali investigation. That is correct. It's exactly what this is about.
But don't it seem crazy to you, though, that it seems like every time something huge breaks out like that, or like the Epstein file issue and all that, something even bigger comes to wash it away real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what the Democrats do. This did not happen by accident yesterday. I'm telling you, it's too much. 2 days after the agents went to Minneapolis. No, but why do we have Kristi Noem's doing a great job? I mean, she'd be a great first lady president. Why is Kristi Noem the only one having press conferences? Where's Pam Bondi and Kash Patel? Because what the governor did yesterday was what the governor did yesterday is he should be arrested for that. He's threatening to activate the army against the federal government. The National Guard is the army.
If nothing else, you're inciting a riot.
Correct, and the mayor did a good job of that right out the gate of inciting a riot.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thanks for taking my call, Brian.
Well, thank you for calling. All right. If you're on hold, hang in there. The number is 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. It's Patty from New Jersey. How are you this morning?
All right, Patty.
That's good. So, Brian, what I would like to point out is that there was another ICE shooting incident with a vehicle ramming not too long ago. I forget where it was, but they it's just kind of weird how all of a sudden it's popping up in the same place that our country really divided, which was in what happened with George Floyd. It's because there's money there to fund these riots. There's money there to make a big deal, and you've got a mayor and a governor who are willing to play along with it, just like they did during George Floyd.
That's right.
They are literally trying to start a civil war. Any governor that would get on live TV and say, I am going to deploy my National Guard against another federal agent, you want to talk about an unlawful order? There you go. You know, they're trying to start a civil war.
No doubt.
And, you know, I just hope to God that President Trump declares the Insurrection Act. He needs to do it, and he needs to just go in and do everything he needs to do to get his agenda through, get some of these laws in place, and stop messing around with all these rhinos and all these people who are standing in the way.
No doubt.
My son and I had a huge conversation the other day about President Trump, and you know he's uptight because his insurance rates have doubled. And I said, Cody, I said, you know, you can't expect in 1 year that he is going to fix this. I said he tried to fix this back in 2015 or 16, and I said, and it was the rhinos that stopped him.
Listen, I'm up against. I'm late for the break. I got to take the break, but you make some good points. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I got to take the break on time. All right, take care. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. We'll be right back.
In demanding careers, confidence is tested every day. But what if how you show up could help you stand stronger? Don't Wear Your Hustle by Oza Osa Him Runwin blends real frontline social work experiences with practical lessons on resilience, criticism, and professional identity. This isn't just about fashion. It's about presence, confidence, and surviving pressure without losing yourself. Ideal for social workers, frontline professionals, in high-pressure roles, and students. Available now on Amazon. Search Don't Wear Your Hustle today. Do mealtimes feel more stressful than satisfying in your home? You're not alone. Between busy schedules, picky eaters, and rising grocery costs, eating healthy can't feel impossible. That's why Dennis Heikkinen wrote the family-friendly Healthy Eating Cookbook, available on Amazon. This practical, easy-to-use cookbook is packed with over 100 simple, nutritious, kid-approved recipes designed for real families in real life. Every meal is easy to prepare, budget-friendly, and made to help your whole family enjoy breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks without spending hours in the kitchen. Whether you're a busy parent, a beginner cook, or just trying to build healthier habits at home, the family-friendly Healthy Eating Cookbook gives you the confidence to cook with ease and bring joy back to your life. Order your copy right now on Amazon in Kindle, paperback, and free with Kindle Unlimited. The family-friendly Healthy Eating Cookbook on Amazon.
All right, now, if you're on hold, stand by. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes, so stand by. All right, stand by, guys. Stand by. I mean, this is Walz yesterday. Listen to this.
To prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Porter.
Okay. Now, is that insurrectionist talk to you? What do you guys think? Yes or no? And give me a call. And let me know what you think about that. Okay, we got about 30 seconds. Okay, stand by. We're back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian, Vincent Wellington.
Hey, Vince. What's up?
Yeah, Patty was right on point with what she was saying, because we all just witnessed these scams being brought to light, and we know that the kickbacks are going to the Democrat Party. I don't know if you got that far in depth with it.
Well,
but
it's obviously, the Somalis didn't come over here and set this up on their own. The Democrats set it up, and they have the Somalis running it. Okay? I mean, come on. These are not, you know what I mean? These aren't white-collar financial geniuses who came over here and put together the largest financial theft in history. So, yeah, yeah.
They also, on par with what Patty was saying, too, is that in that state themselves, they've got so much corruption and so much leadership issues. Remember Al Franken and all these people that have run this state before, they've all been corrupt. And now you have a man that acts like a flailing lunatic, to kind of build an image of a nice guy, but he's really a demon in disguise. And that woman that got murdered, I can't recall her name off the top of my head, but she was trying to stop the health care money from going through because she probably seen that it was corruption. Mm-hmm. And that's why she was crying. She was crying when she had to go on.
You're talking about the mass Democrat assassin. Yeah, with Horton. You're talking about Horton, the Horton murder, the assassination.
Hortman assassination.
Melissa Hortman's assassination. Yeah. When you see what happened, we'd already been suspecting the last week or two since the Nick Shirley report came out that assassination had to do with the Medicaid problem because she voted against it, the only Democrat to vote against it. And now we saw what happened yesterday. It makes it even more credible of a theory, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And it also gives credence to the fact that these people will do anything in desperation to try to save face. And now Tim Walz has his opportunity to try to save face and make himself seem like he's, for the people, when he's really not. He's not for any of these people. He probably got all these people ginned up. These offices have people that, volunteer,
Mm-hmm.
And the scams that they've been running are all through people that are benefiting from these factors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I couldn't doubt it in my own mind that they would push these people to go out there, knowing it would create issues, knowing there's already tension with ICE, and they kicked them out of the hotels. All this stuff is being done through billionaires that all live in Minnesota. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
So you agree with me that this was not just an accident this happened yesterday, that this was by design to get these federal agents out of Minneapolis, out of Minnesota.
For
Stop the Somali investigation.
And see, now that you have Mike Lindell trying to run for governor there, they're trying to do whatever they can early to start it before it even gets to that point where he has an opportunity to bring that state back
here's
to
the problem.
where it needs to be.
Here's the problem. I've been broadcasting here for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I've taken a lot of calls. I got one call from one Democrat forever ago who didn't even know what happened yesterday. The Democrats aren't calling in today on this to defend it or try to make excuses, which means that it's very obvious to everybody what happened. It was a justifiable shooting by the police officer. And because the woman was white, they don't have the race card. So are they going to are they just going to stop, or are they going to pull another stunt that they think will have some legs? Because this one, they've already lost the narrative on it.
Right. And then, I mean, this woman was apparently a lesbian. I'm not sure exactly.
Yes.
I'm not going to quote that, but I wouldn't doubt it that the people that were filming that, they already knew something was going to pop off, whether it be she got shot at maybe or something like that, to try to gin up some type of disgruntledness against ICE even further in that state. And then knowing full well that all of these people, they're losing their political capital in that state. So this is their chance, and every Democrat's going to jump onto it. You might even get Nancy Pelosi and all these old decrepit people out there in the streets again. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
I mean,
all right, well, I appreciate the call. Yeah. All right, appreciate the call.
Later.
Thanks so much. Good points. And I want to commend we've heard from all these great conservatives today on the phones. See how responsible everyone has been? The complete opposite of the left that are out of control. Now, this was Tim Walz yesterday in the tracksuit press conference.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary.
Wow, against ICE.
I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks.
So he not only is he preparing his army, the Minnesota National Guard, the governor is the commander-in-chief of their state's National Guard. So he has an army. Now, I don't know what the full capabilities of do they have is there an air component to that? Do they have an Air National Guard in Minnesota? Says they are training soldiers for this. So these are his words.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Porter.
Now, keep in mind, he read that too. That threat of sending soldiers. He's training soldiers and putting them on alert against the federal government. And that was written out on his speech. He's looking down and reading it. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
You're Dave from Stuart, Florida.
From where in Florida?
Stuart.
Stuart, Florida, in MAGA Martin County. Hey, Stuart, what's on your mind?
Hey, I got a question. This Tim Walz guy, he was vice president. Well, going to be vice president with Kamala Harris. How come nobody tells anybody about Kamala Harris behind all this crap going on?
Oh, I don't think so. I think Kamala Harris is probably in a drunken stupor mode. If she's not in a drunken stupor, she's passed out, sleeping one off. She's not a player in any of this at this point.
Well, what I was saying is, how come when she went to go find him for vice president, she didn't look in his background and find all this out? She knows everything that's going on with all this corruption and everything.
Well,
else.
I'll tell you why that is. I was talking when this story first broke. I was talking about this. Okay, I believe that Tim Walz was picked to run for vice president with Kamala Harris because the Democrats, they knew the work that he was doing with the Somali Medicaid corruption in Minnesota, and they wanted him to bring that national. And as vice president, he would have been able to do that. So I think that's why they picked him. And so far as Kamala Harris, she's not involved in anything right now other than finishing off a bottle.
I tell you what, man, I'd laugh my checks off she is behind a lot of this, and the money coming from her to support all this crap.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, it is what it is, man. But all I gotta say is, someone's funding it, like you said, and use the money pocket. Follow the money. That's all I gotta say.
That's right. All right, appreciate the call. Good call. Good points. All right. Yeah, we have some new radio stations that are carrying the show starting. It's actually started on Monday, and we've been getting really good calls from from Stewart, which is one of the areas that's covered with the new stations. Great calls. Now, you guys remember a few days back, the lieutenant governor of Minnesota, that's right, Tim Walz is lieutenant governor, who is running, who's running for the United States Senate in Minnesota. She did this video wearing a hijab. Remember this? Standing next to a Somali woman the other day. Listen to her. This is a video she made. Listen to this.
Our neighbors are being disappeared.
She's talking about ICE and the deportations, by the way.
Our neighbors are being disappeared. P.S. Without due process, it is just called kidnapping. Then show up and use your voice. Put your body on the line.
Put your body on the line, she was telling people. So she was telling people, and this lady who lost her life yesterday trying to run over the ICE officer did just that. See what I mean? When there have been, in the past, there's been a big transition that's happened in the Democrat Party the last few years. And I'm looking at the break time. I got to take our break, so I'll tell you what that transition is after the break. But I want to ask you this question, and this is a very important question. Do you have neuropathy, or does someone you know have neuropathy? Then listen up. Neuropathy, it's the worst. The numbness, the pain, the burning, the tingling in the hands and feet, the muscle weakness, the loss of balance, muscle twitching, the feeling of pins and needles in the hands and feet, no feeling at all in the hands and feet, falling down all the time. Neuropathy's tough. Steve Kane, he had neuropathy in the worst way. He had every symptom I just listed there. Where do you think I got the list from? And we found Lighthouse Medical out of need for Steve because he couldn't get out of bed. He was homebound and bedbound in his home. He went to Lighthouse Medical 3.5 years ago. They treated him for his neuropathy. After the first treatment, he saw relief. And they rid him of his neuropathy symptoms. He's got none of them anymore. 3.5 years later, they haven't returned. If you or someone you know or love have neuropathy, no matter where you're located, call Lighthouse Medical. They can help you no matter where you are through telemedicine or Zoom. If you're in Broward, you can, of course, go there in person. But no matter where you're located, they can help you. Here's the number. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. And online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. And say goodbye to your neuropathy forever. We'll be right back.
In the holy city of Helvar, oaths aren't just spoken, they're carved into stone and burned into flesh. From author Chase Powers comes an epic fantasy where faith is weaponized, mercy is dangerous, and the truth has a long memory. Star Forged Oath, available on Amazon. Kale Ren wants only 3 things: to stay alive, get paid, and avoid anything resembling belief. Instead, he's bound to a sentient star-forged sword that remembers every broken vow and hates the men who called themselves holy. As sacred trials turn bloody and the city's most revered legends begin to crack, he's forced to choose between survival and exposing a lie powerful enough to burn a kingdom. Star Forged Oath is full of sharp banter, found family, corrupted holy orders, and magic that always comes at a cost. If you like swords that argue back, heroes who question the gods, and stories where mercy is the most dangerous weapon of all, Star Forged Oath is your next must-read book. Available right now on Amazon in Kindle, paperback, and free with Kindle Unlimited. Order your copy right now and step into the crater. This is Brian Craig. I've been telling you about the great deals and incredible customer service at Friendly Tire on both new tires and used tires. One of our listeners, Antonio, went to Friendly Tire and called to share with us his experience of buying used tires at Friendly Tire in Margate.
Good morning, you're on the radio.
Hey, yes, Brian, I want to give you a quick testimony about the tire place up in Margate, Friendly Tire. Friendly Tire is everything you said it would be, man. I went up there and got me some used tires, and when I went up there, man, he was very courteous. My whole family's going for that, man. Everything you said it was going to be, man. I appreciate you for that, man. And Mike's a great guy, man.
Well, what's your name?
Antonio.
All right, Antonio. Hey, I'm glad we could save you and your family lots of money on tires at Friendly Tire.
Oh, no doubt, man. Thanks so much, man.
Do what Antonio did. Stop into Friendly Tire and find incredible deals on both new and used tires. Give Friendly Mike a call right now. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. And Mike will give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate.
All right, stand by, guys. Okay, we've got about 30 seconds, so hang in there. Oh, I lost George.
Hello?
Hey, George, I lost you. We got 20 seconds. 30 seconds, I'm sorry. So, okay, so 1 second. Hold on, hang in there. George, you there?
I am.
Here we go. All right, and it's time to check in with our real estate guy, George Colony. Happy New Year, George Colony.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing very, very well. We were talking earlier, some things in this new year that people should be looking out for. And you were talking about building less costly housing. Can we talk a little bit about that this morning? Because I thought it was an interesting topic.
One of the things that we're trying to do is find housing that's more affordable for people. Everybody's talking about affordability today. So in Pompano, our builder was able to obtain about enough land for 30 new townhomes, which meant that we didn't have any cost for the land. And then there's a program that provides every buyer $25,000 back at their closing. They have to live in the property, so it's really a form of lower income housing, but not low income housing. Mm-hmm. These are absolutely stunning units. Normally would go in the $800,000 range, and we're in the $500,000 range. And I'm looking for things in the $300,000 and $400,000 range. I get a lot of calls from people that are in condos that are getting killed with these assessments and these fees every month, and they need to get something that's called fee simple, where they don't have the condo fee. So that's what we're trying to do, is to continuously find things for people, as they get older especially, or if they weren't planning on some of these fees that came along in these condos. Yeah, we're just trying to find a cheaper way to be into something that's new, that's in a great location, that's going to be much better for them.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Pompano, what's living down here almost my entire life, Pompano is going through, I'm not even sure how to describe it, a complete citywide renovation. It's becoming a whole new city.
Regenerization, I call it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, and it's interesting. There's a number of things that they've done up there that are really, really great. People should Google Pompano and see the things that are going on there. It's really becoming quite a metropolis. Where's things going to go? The Miami scene is kind of burnt out. Fort Lauderdale is still pretty good. But then you go to Pompano, and even if you go up to Stewart, you're still in some pretty good areas that satisfy your lifestyle and meet your price.
Well, like what you're talking about in Pompano, there's a lot of new construction going on in Pompano. They renovated the beach area, and what they've done to that beach area with the pier, it's really elevated Pompano to a whole new level. And this new construction that you're talking about, I'm familiar with it. These are beautiful properties, and it kind of reminds me of what it was like in Fort Lauderdale, say like in the 80s. You've got a great Florida town that's going through a complete, what was the word you used? Regenerating. All right, listen, give George Colony a call. This number rings directly to his cell phone, 954-801-7320. Since it's his cell phone, you could call or text 954-801-7320. All right, George Colony, I'm going to call you later this morning.
Thanks a lot, Brian.
All right, you take care. Have a good one. Take care. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. I want to tell you guys, there's basically one story today, and that's what happened in Minneapolis yesterday. And as the show goes on, I have realized we're in a very scary spot right now with the Democrats. And I want to tell you what that is. Let me take another call or two, and then I'll tell you what's happened to the Democrat Party and why we're in a terrifying spot right now with the Democrats. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Vicky from Virginia.
Hey, Vicky, what's on your mind?
If I'm listening quite well to this Helmer Fudd of a governor over there.
Tim Walz?
Did he just say that he already gave a warning order? So he already has the military on ready.
Yeah, and he said they're training soldiers.
Yeah, when the military says, I'm military, and when they say a warning order means that your troops are being on standby, prepared. That's what he's saying.
To fight against the federal government. It's like
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the military say warning order means that these people already are on a standby.
And I'll tell you what he's and I am not one of these people. I don't say this lightly. A lot of people are always throwing this kind of stuff out, but this is like Fort Sumter talk. Okay? I mean, he said that he's already given the order and they're training soldiers in the Minnesota National Guard to go up against the federal government. That is textbook insurrectionist talk right there. He should be in custody right now of Kash Patel. They should have arrested him.
Yeah. And I have another question, Brian. When the incident happened, was the lady's significant other, was she in the vehicle at the time?
I'm unclear on that. I'm unclear on that. I don't think so, but I'm unclear on it. The woman who you've all heard that the woman who was killed, that she was gay and her wife was there, and the people heard her wife say that she felt responsible. She said, "I made her come here." So I'm not sure. I don't know if she was in the car with her or not, but there is an eyewitness who said that the woman who was killed was leading the whole mob. She was the lead vehicle, leading them to trap and surround the ICE agents. But I don't know if the wife was with her. I don't know. In the vehicle or in another vehicle. I don't know.
Then my last question is, what is wrong with the police, the chief of police? There's something weird about this dude.
He is not a real police chief. He's the weakest man I've ever seen as a police chief.
I mean, they don't even have respect for them because they came out during the scene after ICE was leaving, and the people were throwing stuff at them too. They had to run away.
And yeah, well, there was some reporting yesterday. The ICE agents called for police backup, and it was reported that the supervisor at the police department would not send backup to the ICE agents before the shooting happened. They wouldn't send backup. I saw a story this morning that I've not confirmed, so this is an unconfirmed report, but I saw a story that they said that the Minneapolis mayor, that weirdo had told police not to give backup to ICE. So I mean, if that's all true, that whoever would not send backup, to me, is guilty of manslaughter, because their action resulted in that death of that woman.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So now we had
traffic or something.
Yeah, you know, we had Mark Kelly and those Congress people talk about unlawful orders. Governor Walz gave unlawful orders to his National Guard. He's ordered them up to prepare to fight federal officers.
Yes. When you say at already means they're already prepared. They're not really in training. They're
Correct.
already maybe have trained already and just at the ready.
Mm-hmm.
That means as soon as he gives the signal, they're out there to do whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, listen, I'm going to run, but thanks for the call. You make some good points. You added a lot to the conversation. Take care. If you're on hold, stand by. I want to play Tim Walz again. This was Tim Walz, in case you missed it.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information.
Yeah, see? That's it. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how are you? My name is Viz. Viz Leto?
Yes.
Leto's a code name.
Where are you calling from?
East Coast, sir.
Where are you calling from?
East Coast.
East Coast of America. Okay.
You bet. How are you doing today, brother?
Okay, I'm on the East Coast of America, too.
Hell yeah. Just had a couple questions. Don't want to take up too much of your time. Just read your hat, the Trump 2028 hat.
Yes.
Is this a sincere position you hold? Is just my first
yes.
question, or is it more of like
no.
something for, you know what I mean, to get engagement? Or,
No. This is real. I bought this hat from President Trump. He sells these hats at his online store, and also you can buy these hats in the gift shop at the White House.
Okay, cool.
I want Trump to run in 2028. Yes, I am serious about that. Don't you?
Copy that. Well, no, not necessarily. Like, I mean, I think it's super based and true to try to put the boots to China, you know, to fight back.
Listen, I've only got 30 seconds. So give me your biggest gripe, because you sound like you're disapproving of me, which is fine.
No, not disapproving. I'm just curious to know. Just two quick questions, and I can
quick.
Pop off. Where's your hat manufactured?
The United States.
And my second question is, it was manufactured in the United States. Okay.
Yeah, but it's all of Trump's hats are made in the USA, and there's right there, made in the USA. It says inside. Real quick, 10 seconds.
All the ones that are. Oh, okay, cool. And then that's a lie. And then
it's not a lie. It's got the tag. It says made in the USA on the inside. All right, I'm out of time. Thanks for the call. All right, we'll be right back. It's not a lie. I'm showing the tag. These are from the official Trump store. Made in the USA. Okay? Made in the USA. Right? So, these hats cost $50. That's why they cost $50, because they're made in the USA. Oh my goodness. Okay. Ugh, these people.
Okay, we got
Okay.
you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great.
Good morning.
Okay, we got about 90 seconds.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to put you on hold for a minute. I'll be right back. Steve, you there?
I'm here.
Okay,
Am I with you?
Yeah, here we are. We are back. The 8 o'clock hour has begun. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. Steve Kane joining us. Oh, boy, it's all coming apart, Steve.
It sure is. Well, yes and no. I mean, it was an interesting day yesterday. Wasn't yesterday supposed to be devoted to these hearings about fraud on the part of the Democrats?
They were starting up, that's for sure.
They were starting up, and they were very successfully diverted by that mass riot that occurred yesterday all day. And the funny thing is, the news media kind of missed that aspect of it.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about this on the show. I was talking before this incident happened. I was talking yesterday that Tim Walz over the last week he's lost a lot of weight. He's not been eating since that Nick Shirley thing dropped. You could tell.
Well, he's in a depression.
Yeah, and he's lost a lot of weight. His suits are falling off of him, and if you look at his face, he's aged about 15 years in the last week and a half, and he's afraid he's going to be arrested in the middle of the night. And yesterday, when he called, that he said that he has the Army on alert, and that the National Guard are training to fight the federal government. I mean, that we're in a scary time with the Democrats right now.
There's no question of that, but I think it's not as scary for us as it is for them.
I don't know, Steve. I've learned some things today on the program. Okay, I started early. I did the pre-show, so I've been on the air for almost 3 hours already, right? And we got this last hour to go still. So I've been on the air 2 hours and 49 minutes. I've been taking nonstop calls. I've only gotten one liberal to call in. They didn't even know what happened yesterday. And the liberals...
Well, that's because what the liberals wanted to happen yesterday actually happened.
No.
You don't think of yesterday. Well, let me tell you why. Because I think what they wanted to do was get
the hearings off TV?
The hearings off the air. And they managed to do that. They started with some very vivid testimony, which was very damning towards Walz. And then they went to the field where this battle was going on, and it was diverted from Walz all day.
Well, that may be part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. 2 days ago, it was announced that Kristi Noem had sent 2,000 federal agents to Minneapolis, not to just do deportations, but investigate the Somali fraud, right? And if you looked at the lunatic mayor of Minneapolis and then this insurrectionist Governor Tim Walz yesterday, what they're trying to do is use this incident to get the federal agents out of Minneapolis, out of Minnesota, to stop investigating their fraud. So I think it's a mix. I think it's the hearings, and they're trying to get the feds out of Minnesota investigating the Somali fraud op they have going on. And it didn't succeed. I think the reason that we haven't heard from liberals today, and I've taken a lot of calls in these nearly 3 hours. The reason I think we haven't heard from liberals is because there's so much video of the incident. That's, by the way, taken by the liberal activists, that the rioters took these videos and posted them to social media, that you clearly see the woman hit the officer with the car. There's a lot of video.
So you don't think the name of the game yesterday was to divert from the hearings?
The hearings, and they're trying to get the federal agents out of Minnesota. But the liberals, they're not calling in because it's so obvious that she hit the ICE officer. And because she was white and not black, they don't have the race card to play. They got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
If she were black, they'd be playing the race card, or even Hispanic. But she was white, so they don't have the race card. And what has me concerned is, what are the Democrats going to do next, right? Obviously, Tim Walz is nervous and in a panic attack. What are they going to?
He's going away. I mean, he's what John Contini, our old friend, used to say. He's about to go off to see the wizard. He's going away for good.
Yeah,
nothing's going to save him.
I told a caller earlier, the way that I saw him, he was wearing that tracksuit yesterday, that sweatsuit, because his suits don't fit him anymore. And I think that he's sleeping with his clothes on because he's afraid the feds are going to arrest him in the middle of the night, and he doesn't want to get arrested in his underwear like Maduro.
And on national television.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But Tim Walz is very desperate, and he said that he's mobilized the National Guard, and they're training soldiers to go up against the federal government.
So what do you think Trump's move is going to be today? Because I agree with what you're saying. For the first move today,
my guess is he's already made the decision, and the decision would be based on, he just got Maduro, so he's not against picking up leaders. Okay, a governor's nothing after Maduro. But he's probably.
You don't think he's going to go into that crowd in Minneapolis?
Well, that's the thing. We have 2,000 federal agents in Minneapolis that they sent in this week on top of what we already had there. So we've got a lot of people there. But he's.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like Trump's style to want to have a confrontation like that on national television. I don't think so.
I don't know. Well, he's probably weighing, should we do it now or should we wait, right? Would it incite violence if we did it now? So do we need to wait?
But you notice, you might get a clue from this, you notice last night when they came back to see what the aftermath was going to be on the overnight after the woman got shot, he made a decision to tell them they didn't want the press in there, so there were no chance of watching burning buildings like happened the last time around in Minneapolis.
Correct.
He just put a news blackout on. He totally controls the news, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows how to use it.
That's right. All right, let's take a call or two before we break. So if some of these people have been on hold for a while, so if you'd like to call in, the number's 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. It's Patricia from Massachusetts.
Hey, Patricia.
Hi. I was just wondering.
Turn your radio off and back, ma'am. Turn your radio off and back.
Whatever you're listening to us on, you got to turn down. Yeah, the delay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you've seen CBS News is reporting that the schools are closed
today and tomorrow. Yeah, they're closed. Yeah, well, yeah, they closed the schools, and at least Minneapolis for the rest of the week. Yeah.
Well, there's an answer to your question. They're going to low-key it.
Yeah, they closed the schools because they're afraid of violence. Yeah, sure, in the schools.
Which is so sad that it's come to this, because I feel like Minneapolis is just the tip of the iceberg. When they go into these other states like California and Chicago,
absolutely,
it's really terrifying. It really is. And, I'm an old school Boston girl. This is so out of hand. We got protests scheduled for Thursday and Friday in the middle of the afternoon here for this. It's insane.
Well, Minnesota is in a state of rebellion, it would seem to me. An open rebellion.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
And
you don't know how deep it goes. You know that he's trying to create that situation, Walz.
100%.
But you don't know how successful he's going to be.
Well, he's got an army, he said, in the National Guard.
Well, he said, but this man is, you don't think this man is above lying, do you?
I think he's desperate and scared to death of going to prison.
Yes, I think that's correct.
I agree.
And the last thing he wants to do is see this story blasted over the news.
Right. But like you guys were saying earlier, this is not going to distract from the corruption.
No.
Not one bit.
No, but why are we seeing... Yeah, you're right.
He's going one day at a time. He kept it off yesterday. He kept a lot of it off yesterday. Now he's going to try to do it today, one day at a time.
Well, this is more than the TV coverage, Steve. He wants those agents... He doesn't want those agents going through the files of the Medicaid plan. He's trying to get the agents out of Minneapolis.
Yeah, well, I don't know what he's trying to do. He's pretty desperate.
I feel like he's trying to get the people to defend this action in order to protect him from the fraud that's incoming.
Very right on the money. Right on the money.
Well, listen, we gotta run for our break, but thanks for the call. You make some good points. All right, I'm going to put you on hold, Steve. Everybody on hold, stand by. I want to take a moment to talk about this incredible offer from Sloman's Home Security. Listen to this, guys. Sloman's Home Security is offering a free home security system with free professional installation and 24/7 central station monitoring. You get all that for just $24.95 a month for 5 years. Give them a call, 833-283-5050. Your Sloman's Home Security System includes a touchscreen keypad, 3-door or window sensors, a motion detector, notifications, and remote keypad access so you can check in no matter where you are. Here's the number. Give them a call right now. 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. We'll be right back.
Hey, Brian Craig here. You hear me talk with attorney Barry Siegel every day about how we can help you and your family. Now here's one of our listeners, Frances, sharing her experience of how attorney Barry Siegel made a difference in her life and took a weight off her shoulders.
I was really looking for something to help me secure my holdings, which is actually not a whole bunch of bank account, savings, and a house and a car for my 2 daughters. I was worried that if I had just a regular will, things would get tied up in probate, and that would take 2 years. So I heard on the radio about Barry Siegel, the attorney. I gave them a call, and immediately they were so kind. They were so nice. They assured me that they could help. I went over there, and they sat with me, and we went over everything, and I ended up with this wonderful trust for my 2 daughters. So if something does happen to me, things just turn over to them, and it'll make it so much easier for them. And it took a great load off of my mind as to how I would take care of my 2 daughters. I was very pleased with the attorney, Barry Siegel. Finding him helped me assure that my 2 daughters will be well taken care of in the event that I won't be here.
Give attorney Barry Siegel a call right now. Toll free, 855-FLA-3782. 855-FLA-3782. And online, SiegelLawGroup.com.
All right. We're still in break for a minute. Let me get Steve back. Steve, you back with me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we got just under a minute, and we'll be back. Okay. We've been getting some good calls from the new radio stations today. Very good calls.
I'm sure they're glad to have us on board.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. 30 seconds. Oh, boy. I saw Bongino doing his podcast yesterday for the first time.
Really?
He was glowing. He was so excited. All right, we're coming back. Hold on. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. Steve is here. This is the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. I was telling you during the break, Steve, since Monday, actually, We were on 4 new radio stations, 2 AMs, 2 FMs, and Port St. Lucie, Vero, Fort Pierce area. We've been getting some great new calls from the new radio stations, and we've increased our coverage area by quite a bit. And these new callers that have called in, welcome to all the new listeners, and the quality of these new callers has been very high quality callers, Steve.
Very exciting.
That's right. Okay, you want to take some calls?
Yes.
All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jupiter.
Hey, Jupiter. What's on your mind?
A couple things. I don't know if you went over it, but I appreciate you going over this. But the ice agent standing on ice, right? I mean, that was freezing cold. That lady she had been trailing them all day, supposedly, and
yeah.
They talked about her partner. She had a on CNN. They talked about her. She was a mother of a 6-year-old. But on other stations, they talked about her partner was in the car, and so I guarantee you, she has an arrest record a mile long that she had been torturing these ICE agents all day, if not all week, and that she has threatened them. Threatened to run them over, threatened to kill them. It's all going to come out.
And I want to add to what you said. There's an eyewitness. I played the audio earlier. There's an eyewitness who was in the protest who said that the woman who was shot was actually leading the mob. She was the lead vehicle in the blocking of the ICE agents, and had been doing that all day. So yeah.
As this trickles out, hopefully somebody will get in there. But as all this information trickles out, you'll find out she's not this loving mother who was. Just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to do a 3-point turn.
But I'm going to tell you though, I'm very sorry that the woman lost her life, even though was a liberal lunatic. The Democrats have been gaslighting and brainwashing their followers, and many of these people do not know what they're doing. That I'm not absolving them of responsibility, but they think that they are doing some great work, and the Democrats are inciting violence. Look at Tim Walz and the mayor yesterday.
Oh, 100%. And that mayor should be under charges for inciting a riot. I mean, unbelievable. Just so you know, my kids are at home watching this. I have my 6-year-old at home, and I'm listening to that mayor, and that came over live, all the language that he's used, and I don't appreciate that. You know what I mean?
You know, I'll tell you, I mentioned this in the first hour on the program. When I saw the get the F out of here speech of the mayor, and my first thought was, now again, he's a mental patient. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm talking about what he's doing and what he's thinking. He's running for president.
Oh my God!
Or maybe Gavin Newsom's running mate or something. But
I think there's much more basic than that. I think they're all involved in this scandal, and they're covering for each other.
Correct.
It's which side are you on?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're all going to have to make that choice in the end, because it's going to be them against the government. That's the way it's shaping up.
They're all guilty.
Yeah.
Because they're all guilty of this. They're all involved. But, you know, an ICE agent, to go back to the ICE agent, to be in front of a car and standing on ice and those kind of weather conditions and telling her to put the car in park or wherever and her speeding up and then shooting through the windshield, not to the side. I mean, I put myself in that. If a cop tells me to do that, I'm stopping. I mean, what in the world is she doing?
Yeah, and Kristi Noem said that there's been 100 of these ramming incidents, and there were a couple of others in Minneapolis yesterday, which shows organization.
I think the cop's pretty much in the clear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, basically, it's them. Well, I don't think it's going to be a problem for him, but it's going to be a major confrontation in the end. Everybody's going to have to pick a side here, because every one of those top officials that you were watching yesterday doing their PR bit, trying to cover up for this Walz character, they're all going to have to make a choice in the end as to which side they're going to be on.
There's only one thing that surprised me in this whole thing. Tim Walz hasn't fled to China yet, because he's in with the CCP. And I'm expecting him to, I'm expecting him to make a move to flee. I know it sounds funny, but I'm serious. Remember,
I don't think there's a place he can hide.
Yeah,
but in the meantime, he's going to try to. In the meantime, he's going to try to control the news cycle.
Good luck.
That's what we're going to get more of today.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Great, good caller. All right. So I tell you, the new station, Steve, upper quality callers. All right. And by the way, those of you that are new to the program, the longest running radio show in the state of Florida, the Steve Kane Show, all the calls we take are screenless and unvetted. When you call in, nobody answers the phone. We just put you on hold, and we find out who you are and what you're about when we put you on the air. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi. Okay. I really have to call in today of all days. I listened to that press conference yesterday, and the press conference with the governor, and it really upset me, and for multiple reasons. But Steve, I've heard you. Not Steve. I'm sorry, Brian. Hi, Steve. I've heard you say this a couple of times, but I think that he was put in with Kamala. This guy is trained by the CCP.
Correct.
And the whistle dogging that he was doing yesterday, asking California, Oregon, New York, come on, join in. Oh my God, that just made me so angry.
I think he's fighting a losing battle.
Well, but he's still doing a battle, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I'm going to make, well, anyway, let me finish, if I can get my thought out here real quick. So another thing, I'm just kind of connecting dots from just different reports that I've been seeing. I cannot think of this young man's name. He is phenomenal. He's from New York. He's like a Nick Shirley, and he did an expose on these supposed who? Did you say his name?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, he did an expose on these protesters, quote unquote. They are paid protesters.
Yes.
And they actually travel from state. You see them popping up in different states. They are there.
It's all part of this George Soros crowd.
Yes, yes. But now that you're saying that this woman was actually leading it, she fits the profile of the people he was talking about. I mean, I don't want to offend anyone, but most of them are. Some of them are older, but they're gay. She is so yeah. Oh my gosh! What was the last point I wanted to make on this? I'm sorry.
That's
I should
okay.
have calmed down a little bit.
That's okay. No, there's a lot to be upset about.
Oh, yeah. Well, there is, because of what I will give this to China. They are strategic. They play the long game. They have been at this for a while. He is probably.
But they got a losing hand in this one.
Several times they have trained this guy. That with the whole, all of that.
Correct.
They want to tear us up from the inside out, and he is playing their.
Yeah, and yesterday President Trump was, he was talking about stopping these big venture capitalists from buying up single family homes. A lot of that is China to drive up home prices. They're attacking us in ways that are so sophisticated.
It is all coming unveiled, even with the whole thing that came out about Venezuela.
Yeah.
That it was more than just about oil. I mean, you can kind of see it just unveiling before our eyes, and it's absolutely
well.
maddening.
The thing with Tim Walz, though,
we're
getting.
Trump,
finish your thought.
The one thing I will say about the one thing I will say about Trump, I think, and I know why they did it, but I really wish that in the beginning, because when we saw those ICE agents being slapped around by these agitators early on in Oregon and whatnot, they should have been arrested. I don't care if they're coming right back out. They should have been arrested on felony charges. They had every right to do so. And I think that probably would have tampered this down a bit.
Well, what my concern is this incident was orchestrated to try to get these federal agents from investigating the Somali fraud. We know this. At Tim Walz, I think part of Tim Walz's panic is the CCP haven't taken him back. It's like they don't want to bring this spy in from the cold. They're not taking him, maybe. And what are they going to do next? This failed because the woman's white, not black. They don't even have the race card. The camera footage totally clears the ICE officer.
We caught a break on that one, that's for sure.
And the camera footage that all these liberal loons took, totally. The liberal activist on the scene, the anarchists, are the ones who have cleared the ICE officer because they took all the video.
Can you imagine if the one who had gotten shot was a black person?
Oh, then the story would have legs then. Yeah. But there's no legs to it now.
Yeah.
It saved our butts.
I was listening to Oh, sorry, Steve.
Yeah, I'll give you the last word, caller.
I was listening to a business clip from California. They're already picking up on the whistle, calls. They're closing their school down so that people have time to grieve. I think we're going to see a little bit more agitation at the national level. Hopefully, Trump will be able to put his, but this is just the beginning, guys.
No doubt. All right, we got to run for our break, but I appreciate the call. Take care. I've been sharing with you guys this week messages that I've gotten from listeners who went to Life Imaging FLA and found out that they had blockage. They found out that they had cancer. They didn't have any symptoms, and that their doctors told them that they saved their life by going over for that heart scan and the cancer screening at Life Imaging FLA. But, I noticed something, Steve, about our listeners that are going over there. Some of them have gone over on their own, but a lot of them were taken by a spouse. All right, a family member took them and said they've been worried about them, and they wouldn't go, and they took them. And a lot of family members take family members to have the scan done. That's another one. And I'll tell you what, every time I keep those messages coming, guys, because it's just amazing, Steve. I think about it. They've gone over there for the heart scan, for the cancer screening, and then they find out without any symptoms that they've got a major blockage, that they avoided a heart attack. They're alive today because of it. And it's just amazing, and it feels great that we're able to tell everyone about Life Imaging FLA. Life Imaging FLA has locations in Broward, Palm Beach, and Dade. Call Life Imaging FLA for your free heart scan now with a few minimum requirements, valued at $699. From your cell, call pound 250 and say free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. That's pound 250. Just say free heart scan and you'll be connected in seconds. Again, pound 250 on your cell phone. You'll be connected in seconds. We'll be right back. All right, I want to put you on hold, Steve. Hold on. All right, guys, hold on. I got to get organized here. Free. Okay, hold on. All right, Steve, you there?
I am.
Oh, we got 2 minutes. We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, hold on a second. Put you on hold for a second. Hold on. All right. Steve, you there?
I am.
Okay. Stand by. 40 seconds.
Got a statement if I can.
Okay. Yeah. What do I got to do? Okay. All right, we're back. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. My name is Brian Craig. Steve Kane is here. Our number's toll-free, 888-465-2631. All right, let's go. Yeah.
It is so interesting how this thing plays out. You know, we're sitting here trying to outfigure who's the next move and who's planning what, and what direction everything is going to go. Trump has got this whole thing laid out many moves in advance. It is my opinion. I mean, it's amazing. I've never seen a man who could so control the news cycle as Trump, and who plays his hand so far in advance. He knows what's going to happen today because he's not going to leave it to chance.
Oh, no.
And I don't know what his plan is, but I trust that it's going to end successfully because he always does.
And, you know, it was reported, now I haven't seen this in any mainstream sources yet, so this is unconfirmed, but multiple reports yesterday and last night and early this morning are saying that they've made a deal behind the scenes to buy Greenland from Denmark. Buy it.
They've got all kinds of deals like that going.
See, the thing they don't get about Greenland is China's operating there already. All right. And the thing about Greenland, the Chinese and the Russians won't mess around with Greenland once it becomes U.S. soil. If we're there and it still belongs to Denmark, they're not afraid of Denmark, but they won't touch U.S. soil. That's the difference. Hold on, Steve. I got to do a reset. I'm going to put you on hold for a moment. Okay, gotcha. All right, Steve. You want to take some calls?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian from Deerfield.
Hey, Brian.
Excuse me. Hey, Brian. Hi, Steve. What I take from this, and it's really, I think, a tremendous benefit, I think we've hit a major inflection point. This tag team they got in Minnesota between the mayor and the governor, these two morons.
Yes,
Number one, they're not very intelligent. Number two, they're not good at controlling the narrative. And number three, they're terrible on television.
Yes.
They've opened this thing up so everybody now is aware of this stuff is going on. This is going on around the country. Around the country. These guys are going to be the two poster boys of this, and the awareness that this is creating for everybody, and especially MAGA people, Republican people, and our fellow citizens, is what is this crap that we're putting up with in all these cities? Well, let's put in Chicago, San Francisco, L.A., you name it. How about New York with this crowd, Mandomi and Hochul? This stuff is now going to go big, and I don't think it's going to be. I think this is a major inflection point. And these
do you agree that Trump is going to, from this point on, that Trump is in control and is controlling the scenario?
Yes, not from just now. No, I think this has been controlling this the whole time. This guy,
absolutely.
They continue to underestimate President Trump's intellectual capacity to set up events that will benefit him. It's amazing, and he has. They are so, like I said, they're not very intelligent people. This thing is going to boomerang, and it's going to go from here. Wait till they go to California, and wait till we see the numbers coming out of all these states.
They're telling you in advance. That's the other thing. They tell you in advance. It's nothing secret. They tell you in advance exactly where they're going. California is next. And they're telling you exactly what states they're going to nab with this, because there are a bunch of states in on this.
There's a lot of states on there. We may get some real surprises out of it. We're going to get real surprises, though, Steve, on how big these numbers are. And wait till we have the multiplier effect when we go back years and years and years of this. I mean, Minnesota.
But you know who knows?
Powerhouse.
You know who knows how big the numbers are? Walz. They know, and they know that what they face, and they know that they're in over their heads. But there's nothing they can do. They're not in control. They're not in control.
Well, for one thing, they're not skilled politicians, but really, when I see these guys on television, they are so bad on television, Steve. I mean, they are really pathetic. Anybody watching this is saying, even if they're not aware of all the facts going on, they can see there's something wrong here.
Let me ask you, because you guys watch more of the cable news and things than I do, but I haven't seen Are a lot of people pointing out that Tim Walz announced an insurrection with the National Guard yesterday against the federal government? I mean, we
haven't gotten to that point. Well, that'll be in the next day or so.
Well, that happened yesterday.
Yes, but it didn't spread yesterday. Yesterday was supposed to be a day of revelation, but because the Walz people and their side of the argument were not successful in getting their story out, it fell on its face.
Well, another thing that's very interesting is President Trump has made the decision, and it was a good one, to have Kristi Noem taking the lead, not Pam Bondi. Have you noticed? Or Cash?
Yes, a very big decision.
I didn't even know Homeland had investigative agents like she has there.
Well, she's going to have 2,000 agents? 2,000 agents in the field combing over everything.
Yeah.
I mean, this is amazing. She has really come on strong. I think you mentioned it for a while. We thought maybe she was not doing so well with the book and that. But boy, she has really grown into the job.
She's very presidential.
And I think she's going to do a terrific job.
And she said, I lost track of how many times she called this domestic terrorism and the woman who was shot a domestic terrorist. So she's clearly the president and Kristi Noem are clearly defining this as a national security issue. And have just totally bypassed the useless Justice Department under Pam Bondi.
Well, that's it. I think we need. We need to change the Justice Department. Yeah, I agree. Judge Jeanine, would she be on top of this? I have to. Where is Kash Patel been out to Minnesota yet?
Not that I know of. I saw Bongino yesterday. Yeah. He made his first appearance as a guest on a podcast, and he was glowing. Okay, so I'm going to tell you this. Okay. We're all frustrated with the Justice Department, but Bongino can do incredible work. Okay, when he gets back on his podcast, so I'm looking forward to it. He was so excited. He's ready to start kicking butt with the mic.
Well, I think he's going to be much more productive there. Maybe it was the bureaucracy or something in there, but Kash Patel, he is the head of the FBI. I think should be making a visit. Has our office in Minnesota been contacted yet?
It seems to me Homeland Security is doing everything.
Yeah.
And Kristi Noem was in Texas when this happened. She had a press conference in Texas, and the one last night she went to Minneapolis.
Yeah. She's
all right.
Amazing.
Listen, we got to run. Great call.
Okay, guys, have a great day.
Appreciate it. Hold on, Steve. I got another little reset here. I got this whole thing figured out. All right, you want to take some more calls, Steve?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Frank G. from the Bronx, retired police officer, now in Maga Martin.
All right.
Maga Martin County.
Maga Martin County. How you doing?
Good. I have a brief comment on the caller that's on right now, or just he's in the process of talking. Wait, this could be the. I'll make it quick. This could be the flashpoint of his whole administration. He's got to go in there very quickly and actually arrest Walz and that mayor with their big mouth. This is a conspiracy to overthrow the federal government, and an overt action has already been taken. I think he has all the legal aspect of going in there quickly and getting these two and putting them in orange jumpsuits. The country is clamoring for it. We need it. We put up with 8 years of the Biden administration of hurling rocks and bottles and everything at the cops. The cops have to be unleashed, too, against the lawbreakers of this country. When is it going to stop? You have to use physical force. You have to shoot them. Now, in my day, in the Harlem riots back in it was in the 60s, that's what stopped it in a day. The cops were told, shoot them when they're coming out of the stores with the TVs and everything else that goes on.
And that works. That works.
You can't just talk about it anymore. He has Trump will show us now really, you see crazy, he'll show you crazy. He'll go in there and extract these two in the middle of the night and put them and incarcerate them.
I was watching Fox yesterday, and when they were doing the live coverage when this first happened, and their analyst they had on the phone was a retired FBI agent, a lady. She said she retired from the FBI not because she wanted to, but because of the Biden administration. She was afraid that if she had to shoot someone to save her life, she'd go to jail. Yeah, she'd go to prison. They put these Democrats put cops in prison.
Well, right now, the country has to be shown, and all the governors and mayors in the rest of these states, this has to be a mandate for them to abide by the Constitution, the Bible, and the rules of the land, which this is still a Judeo-Christian nation.
Yes.
And we want to see
This is a great call. This is a great call. Can I just ask you one thing? Do you think that everything you're saying, that Trump is basically on that path now, those choices have been made, and that's basically how it's going to play out over the coming days?
I would love to see this happen. I'd love to see it happen today. He's got a chance now to show the whole country and the world just the size of his testicles.
Well, he got Maduro. He got Maduro. This idiot mayor of Minneapolis and Tim Walz is nothing compared to Maduro.
Well, this has to be done. Enough with the rhetoric already. We've had cops and bottles and crap. Not cops.
Let me listen. We got to run for the break, but I want to ask you a question since you're a retired New York police officer and get your opinion on this. And the New York City Police. I mean, you're part New York's finest. You're part of the. You're from the police department when it was its finest, right? There was some reporting yesterday. The ICE officers called for backup. A supervisor with the Minneapolis PD refused to send police backup. As a police officer, what's your thought on that? We only have about 30 seconds.
He should be arrested also because he's part of this conspiracy.
Manslaughter.
How dare he do that? Come on, they all got to go, and it's got to be done quickly. They got to be brought to justice. You got to get a judge in there. It's going to slap them, not fines. They got to do some time, and it's got to be a message to the rest of the mayors and the people and the governors in this fair land that before we lose it completely.
All right. Hey, listen, we got to run, but appreciate the call. Call us again. You're a very good caller.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah, I just tell you before we go to the break for the Gold Report, the news stations were on. Two of them covered Stewart, Martin County. And the Martin County callers, brand new to the show, these are top-tier radio callers. And you don't hear me praising callers that much, right? Because we're always battling with callers, right? But we got some smart people out there in this new audience, Steve. It's very exciting. All right, let me put you on hold, and we're going to come back with William Youngerman in the Gold Report.
Hello.
Hey there. We've got about 90 seconds. I'm running a little late today. So actually, we got 1 minute. All right, I want to conference Steve in. We'll be 1 minute. Hold on. All right, Steve, you there?
I sure am.
All right, William, you there?
Yep.
Okay, 50 seconds. We'll be back. Stand by.
Brian?
Yep, no, stand by. We got 20 seconds, Steve. Okay. All right, and it's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated in Boca with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how are the metals looking today?
Metal's looking a little weaker the last couple of days, giving us a little buying opportunity after running up pretty substantially earlier this week. Yesterday, gold traded in a range of $4,422 all the way up to $4,501, and then closed down $38.60 at $4,455.50 the ounce. Silver closed down $3.05 at $78.14 after getting up well over $80. Platinum down $137, closing out the day at $2,300, and palladium was down $62 at $1,744. Overnight, we saw gold trade in a range of $4,407 on the low, all the way up to $4,467. Right now, we're at $4,433 per ounce. That's down $22.50. So we got about a $60 couple of days down. Gives you a good buying opportunity. Silver down $3.38 at $74.75 the ounce. Platinum down $80 at $2,220, and palladium down $24 at $1,720 the ounce. So the markets are still trading in nice ranges, well supported at lower levels, and giving us a little bit of a pullback.
That's
today.
awesome. So the metals, there's a little bit of a sale today, which is awesome. Can you tell people, William Youngerman, who cannot make it into your shop in Boca, how no matter where they're located, they can do their transactions over the phone and through the mail, and how easy that is?
Certainly, all you have to do is call us on our toll-free number, 800-327-5010, and lock in the price, wire the money, and the merchandise is shipped out immediately or within 24 hours, fully insured to you.
Yeah, and just a couple other quick things, William Youngerman, I want to point out to people. One, you don't just sell the metals, you buy them, and this is so anything you have that's made of the metals, you can turn it into money, cash, or turn it into coins or silver or bars or whatever you want to turn it into as well. And William Youngerman's number is toll-free, 1-800-327-5010. He opens up at 10 a.m., 1-800-327-5010. Or stop in Boca Raton at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. You can find both his address and phone number at WilliamYoungerman.com. That's WilliamYoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you.
All right, take care. I can't believe tomorrow's going to be Friday already. I just realized as we were saying goodbye. It's Thursday. All this winning that we're doing. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, guys. It's Greg. And let's Brian, let's see if we can go through a conversation without you trying to call me names, okay? Because I don't call you names unless you start up. But let me ask you a question. All right, let me ask you a question here. I'm a fan of ICE and the deportation, but you think there's a term, okay? Are you familiar with this term, reasonable force? Hello?
Oh, yeah, I thought you started by saying you didn't want me to speak. Yes.
No, I said don't do it. Don't do personal ad hominem attack.
Oh, he's walking me down the garden path, Steve. This is great.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with the term reasonable force?
I said yes.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Those ICE agents could have backed off, shot her tires out, surrounded the vehicle, talked her down, and it would have been over without taking a human life.
So this is interesting. So you're standing. You're an ICE agent standing on ice. There's a woman coming at you in an SUV, and you're supposed to shoot out the tires and stop the vehicle that's coming towards you, that's going to run you over.
A 2-ton SUV.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You back away. They're highly trained individuals. You back off the car.
Yeah, that's why she only hit him on the corner of the vehicle, and he wasn't center mass. He did get out of the way the best he could. And if you look at the hole in the windshield, it's on the corner. Are you out of your? Let me ask you. Hold on, Greg. I want to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question.
Go for it.
Okay. Now I understand that you suffer from a very rare disorder
See, here you go. You're attacking.
It's
You're
called.
attacking, okay?
It's called. No, I'm observing you. It's called Brian Craig derangement syndrome. There's a handful of people that have this. You may be patient there. So, but this is what I want to ask.
Wait, can I speak now?
No, we're almost out of time, and I have a question for you. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you playing devil's advocate with me and Steve and just playing? You can't be this stupid. What you just said. You can't be that
here we
dumb.
go. Once again, all right, you asked the question. Let me address it, okay? I am serious, number one. Once again, you attack me. That's your whole thing. You can't have a conversation without attacking me.
You're attacking me now. You're attacking me now.
No, I'm not attacking you now. I'm responding to your attack to me. It's like one-on-one.
Well, it's all about, isn't it all about you, Greg? Isn't everything about you?
Brian, by the way, brother, I'm highly educated.
I know. You're very highly educated. I know. You're very highly educated.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. But you know what? They could have backed off that lady easily, shot the tires out, surrounded her vehicle, and talk her down.
Yeah.
You don't value human life.
Or maybe she shouldn't try to mow down federal agents with her SUV. How about that?
Absolutely. But
absolutely.
How about
all right. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh man, I tell you, yeah, they should all be like the Lone Ranger and shoot the bullet right in the barrel of the guy and knock it out of the hand. You know.
Oh boy.
I miss the Lone Ranger. That Brian Craig derangement syndrome spreading. More people have it. You know. Yeah, it's growing. It's a strain of Trump derangement syndrome, a rare strain. This is going to be the year, guys, that you keep your New Year's resolution to lose weight, and it's easy. All you got to do is call Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I'm going to give you the number in just a moment. And I met Dr. Zuckerman over at Coastal Weight Loss Secret last January on Inauguration Day. I lost 37 pounds. My goal was only 25 pounds. I lost about a pound a day, and I've kept the weight off without gaining anything back. With Coastal Weight Loss Secret, this is very important. There are no pills, no injections, no medication, okay? There's no surgery, no exercise unless you want to. I lost about a pound a day without exercising. If I would have exercised, I maybe would have lost a little bit more, but no exercise, about a pound a day was fine by me. Call Coastal Weight Loss Secret. Lose that weight. I did it. Whether you want to lose 50 pounds, 150 pounds, or 250 pounds, or even more, Coastal Weight Loss Secret can help. Call for your no-charge consultation. No matter where you're located in the world, they can help you. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlosssecret.com. All right, so today you think that Tim Walz and the mayor are going to get nuttier, or are they going to go into hiding, Steve?
Well, they're going to try to create a diversion so that the mainstream media doesn't get too much into the details of their con.
Yeah, well, Kristi Noem don't play.
No, I'm sure that the Trump folks are well prepared for what's ever about to occur.
Yeah.
I don't think drive the scenario. That's Trump's whole thing of success. He's always in control. He knows how to snatch control of the scenario and can come from that controlling position.
Well,
no one's ever done it like him.
You know what it is, Steve? It's, with Tim Walz and the mayor, Tim Walz more than the mayor, he's in such a panic attack over getting arrested over the fraud that the way he's reacting, he's in a constant state of anxiety. That's why he's lost all the weight and not sleeping. And when somebody is that crazed, how they react and what they do is unpredictable. He's desperate. And I'm thinking that this, and what I said to the caller earlier, I wasn't kidding. I'm starting to think that the CCP didn't want him back, and that's what's causing the panic, right? He doesn't have an exit, which he thought he did, And the mayor,
well, his exit is going to be jail. Is what his exit is. And he's starting to realize that with every day that goes by, and he's trying to prolong his freedom as long as possible, but it's not working. And it's not going to work.
Yeah.
I think he's in big trouble.
I am so impressed by how Kristi Noem's handled this. She is amazing. The only problem that we have in the MAGA movement is that we have too much great talent. Her, JD, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. I mean, we have everybody's an all-star, right? I mean, she's
incredible. Yes.
Yeah, I know JD's next in line because he's vice president, but I mean, You know, this Greenland action, and if they've already made the deal, it's being reported, to buy Greenland from Denmark, that's going to change the world. President Trump's, between Maduro and Greenland, is, and you notice the, so I've been on the air, Steve, for 3 hours and 41 minutes. We haven't heard from any liberals, right? I got one guy that didn't know what happened yesterday, and another guy who wanted to talk about my Trump 2028 hat. We haven't had any liberals try to defend this. And I know you're saying Greg too. Greg too doesn't count. He just hates me, all right? So if I say the sky's blue, he's going to call in and tell you it's not. But we haven't heard from our regular troop of liberal loons on the show is what I'm talking about, right? Like the Renee from Harlem and the Jay from Jersey types.
It's okay. They can use a wrist.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think it's so clear that, sadly, I feel bad that the woman's dead, but it was a justifiable shooting by the officer, and he did move.
Well, I think that if you watch the television, it's basically that's what's emerging from the consensus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the more the commentators comment on it, the more it becomes apparent that it was a good shoot.
Well, listen, we're out of time for today. Tomorrow, Friday. Remember, Fridays is open phones on Friday. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. And on Open MAGA Mike Friday, you're welcome to call in about any and everything on your mind. Monday through Thursday, it's hurting cats a lot of times, but you got to talk about what Steve and I bring up. Friday, show prep's up to you guys. So be prepared tomorrow. It's the Steve Kane Show. Steve Kane has been here. My name is Brian Craig. This is Florida's longest-running radio show. On the radio since 1977. See you tomorrow, 6 a.m. All right. I'll talk to you later, Steve. All right. Oh, man. If you're new, make sure that you subscribe. I wanted to play a couple of things here, since we're clear now, that I didn't get to on the show. This one I did play earlier, but I want to play this for you. Hold on here. Let me pull this up. This is the lieutenant governor of Minnesota. She's the one that wore the hijab the other day. Remember that? With the Somali handler. And listen to this video she put out there.
Our neighbors are being disappeared. P.S. Without due process, it is just called kidnapping. Then show up and use your voice. Put your body on the line. Our neighbor.
Put your body on the line. That's the lieutenant governor of Minnesota. And see what I mean about the incitement of violence? They're inciting this violence. And they're doing it every single day. Even after the incident, they continue to do it.
And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done.
Does he seem like he's running for president? But I'll tell you, I've noticed he's not looking the same either. I was telling you guys about this yesterday. This mayor is as panicked as Tim Walz. He stopped using the hair products. Remember when first time I saw this guy was after those kids were killed in the church shooting. Remember that a couple months back? And he was on TV a lot after that. And he always had hair gel in. And he stopped with the hair gel. And he's also looking a little more tired, isn't he? They're all in a panic. And everything they say is about getting the federal agents out of Minnesota. They're in a panic about, and they're not worried about the agents doing the deportations. They're worried about the federal agents that are doing the forensic accounting investigations into the Nick Shirley story that he exposed with the Medicaid fraud. Here he is with Anderson Cooper, the mayor.
So tomorrow, do you tell residents, don't protest, don't confront anybody, stay home, calm down? What do you say?
No, protest.
Specifically.
Great. First Amendment, awesome. Speak out. If people are angry, I get it. If you can't tell, I'm angry. But let's not take the bait. They want residents of Minneapolis, they want me to make some sort of mistake in their mind that would authorize, at least in their mind, a deployment of a whole lot more troops. We know how devastating that would be to our community. We know how injurious that would be to safety in our city. And we all recognize, for those of us that care deeply about our immigrant community, and I do, having deployment of additional troops is not the right route at this moment or any moment here.
So you notice they're identifying ICE agents as troops, right? He's calling ICE agents troops, and they're implying that they're invading.
And so what we are going to do is meet that hate with a whole lot of love. We're going to do the right thing in Minneapolis. We're going to, of course, speak out. Of course, express First Amendment rights. We're going to do that peacefully, and I have a really good feeling that we are united in fine fashion to get this done correctly.
Here, Jacob Frey. I appreciate
Jacob Frey. Yeah, I hear all the drama in Anderson Cooper's voice. No, he is not looking well, the mayor. He, to me, looks panicked. And I'm surprised that the insurrection is not being used. This is Tim Walz talking about activating his army, that he's commander-in-chief of, the Minnesota National Guard.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops.
Wow.
They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner.
Okay. So, I didn't quite get to this part. I meant to earlier, and I mentioned I would, and then I never got to it on the show today. What's happened with the Democrats? Well, one, they got their hand caught in the cookie jar of 19 billion cookies in Minnesota. But what's happened with the Democrats, where they've gotten to this level of violence that's going on, the Democrat Party, you've seen the recent polling, CNN's been reporting on it, has pretty much evaporated. They have negative approval ratings. The Democrat Party is not only out of power now, their internal polling is showing they have no path back to power. That's why he dropped out of the governor's race. Not just in Minnesota, I'm talking about nationally. And you heard Kristi Noem. They're going to California. They're already in California. They're going to do a similar investigation that they've been doing into the Medicaid fraud in Minneapolis. And these Democrats, they've been doing this thieving forever with no accountability because the Republican establishment, the John McCain Bushes, were in bed with them. And President Trump has transformed the Republican Party into a MAGA party, and there's no exit strategy to them for them other than prison. And they're starting to realize that. It's not just the party's over so far as stealing. Justice is coming, and they're freaking out about it. Okay, here's Tim Walz again yesterday in the tracksuit.
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission.
So he's now saying he's declaring war on the federal government, and again talking about using the National Guard to defend Minnesota from an outlaw federal government. This is textbook insurrection talk. And if you look here yesterday in the tracksuit, I was talking about how he's in a panic over the arrest. Look, you can see here how thin he is and how pale he is. He's not eating. He's aged. I think he was wearing this tracksuit because the suits are falling off his body.
And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough.
Hear that condescending? You've done enough.
There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary.
So this is insanity. So they have soldiers in training to what? Fight the federal government? This, I know, like Tim Pool, every day is civil war. This is how the Civil War happened. This is, you look back on things that have happened. You're like, how could that have happened? And you're seeing it. This is Fort Sumter kind of talk. He says they have soldiers that they're training for this.
Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information.
So, is that, you can let me know in the comments, in the chat if you're watching live, and I still will take some calls while I'm here for a few more minutes. If you'd like to call in, the toll-free number is pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. Is that insurrectionist talk? And should he be arrested for that? I would say yes. Here's another Democrat congressman, Dan Goldman.
Invading our cities, using excessive force lawlessly with new agents without proper training. And sadly, this was not unexpected, but it is egregious. It was an outright murder, and the fact that the administration is trying to defend the ICE officer when everyone can see with their own eyes that car was trying to get away because it still turned away from the officer after she was shot in the head. So the fact that they are arguing that somehow this is domestic terrorism, much less an attack on ICE, is preposterous. This officer not only needs to be fired and suspended, but based on the video, he needs to be charged with murder.
Wow. They're going to charge them with murder. Even if they're not allowed to, they're going to charge the officer with murder. That would probably be happening soon, would be my guess. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air once, twice. All right. You missed your chance. They're going to charge that officer with murder. Now, this here... This is, I'm so glad she gave this interview. Now that she's done it, who knows, we'll see her again. This is a witness. She was there. She knows what happened. She was there. She was in the riot. Listen.
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her. But she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah, okay. That was her goal.
And she was doing it all day, and she was leading the group. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Sherry from Texas.
Hey, Sherry, what's up?
Hey, so yeah, you're right. It is all about, he is scared to death. He is going to be arrested. That is the whole point. I never dreamed in a million years that he would be calling National Guard up against the government. That's just taking everything to a whole new level.
Yeah, no doubt.
And he is losing weight. And if he thinks he's sitting in a dark world now, he has created a whole new scenario. He's dug himself a much bigger hole with getting on social media, on TV, and stating, this is your warning. We have them training. We have them coming for you. If they weren't going for Tim Walz before, they're going for him now.
Yeah.
They're going for him now. So,
yeah.
And you're right. I never thought, again, in a million years that the Democratic Party would collapse as quickly as they did.
Well, they have, and not only have the Democrats collapsed, there's no hope for them to come back because their numbers are so low. There's that doesn't mean they're not going to have a victory. Listen, let's be honest. Mamdani in New York is the bottom of the barrel Democrat. This isn't the Cuomo type that has future as a senator or as a president and all that stuff. They don't have. They have weirdos, lunatics, and freaks that are holding office now in senior positions because that's all they got left.
And see, Brian, I was excited about them going up there and taking care of the fraud with the Somalians and all. I'm even more excited about them being down in California.
Oh yes.
And I can't wait to see Newsom just shaking in his boots because I'm telling you that's coming.
I don't think he's shaken because he feels he's untouchable. He's part of the elite, He's in Pelosi's family, and he's got you can see it in his eyes when you look at Newsom. You look at New Scum. It's the same look you get in the eyes of Gretchen Whitmer, and who's that congressman who's now a senator from California? He represented Beverly Hills. Schiff. Schiff.
I know. I see it. Yeah, I see the face. I can't think of the name now.
Schiff. Adam Schiff, Gavin Newsom, and Whitmer. They're all three of them are insane. You can see it in their eyes. They're not self-aware. They're crazy people.
Oh, it's all folding. It's all. I'm so glad you're on a little bit longer on air, Brian, because I missed your first 2 or 3 hours this morning.
Well, go. You can rewind and watch them. They're very good.
Oh, I will. Thanks, Brian. Have a good day.
All right. Take care. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, hi there. It's Trisha, the bus driver in Minneapolis.
Oh boy, you're in ground zero.
Yeah, that's right. I'm in ground zero. The only thing dangerous, as we know, is that they're just allowing these people to come and get in the face and in the way of federal and law enforcement officers. They're all over the place protesting. Who knows what? How stupid, right?
Yep.
These guys have warrants, so they have reasons to be there. Yeah. And I gotta drive a bus through this,
Oh my goodness.
I know. They closed the schools, I guess, for tomorrow. Well, today and tomorrow, the schools will be closed and everything. But, these liberal social justice warrior people in Minnesota are totally, I don't know, I think their brains are totally mush. They're stupid. They're totally stupid. The only reason she died is her own fault. You don't ram your car into a cop, sorry.
No, you don't. I mean, and Kristi Noem said this has happened, 100 times? And there were several instances yesterday of the ramming in Minneapolis. This is a coordinated, organized event that has a leader or a leadership group somewhere.
Yeah, I guess that woman was following them around since the very beginning of the day. She's been leading all those people around and following these agents. So I always look at this like, why are they not arresting these people for obstruction of justice?
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing, when somebody rams their car into federal agents, they know they're going to prison because it's an attack on federal agents and federal. Plus, they're totaling their car. Your mind has to. Where is the mind of someone like that? What this woman that was shot yesterday? I'm hope we've gotten a little bit of information from her, and her wife was heard yelling at the scene. She was there. I made her come. What happened to that woman that she went from a normal lesbian woman to somebody who rammed federal agents in their car? Hey, listen, I appreciate the call and drive safe. You're in Minneapolis. All right, take care. She's a city bus driver in Minneapolis. She calls from time to time, usually on my podcast in the afternoon. She's kind of like Richie the bus driver, but a woman in Minneapolis. If you're new to my program, make sure you subscribe, all right? If you guys could do that, I'd greatly appreciate it. And like the video. And, you know, a lot of you have been sharing the program on your social media. Thank you so much. That helps a lot, you know. I started asking you all to do this over the weekend, and I'm just blown away by how many of you have done it. Please subscribe, please like the video. But if you take the link to the program and share it on your social media and invite your followers, invite your friends on social media to check the program out, that helps a lot. You know, you're my marketing team, and I want to thank everyone who's been doing that. And please continue to share the link to this program. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Thanks for tuning in. I'll talk to you next time. Take care.